Okay, welcome everyone. Today is February 27th. It is 9:05. This is a meeting of the Planning Advisory Board. We'll call the meeting to order. I would like a roll call at this time. Lawrence Blevins. Present. Michael DePietro. Present. Ed Evans. Dan Mason.
Here.
Elizabeth Rossbourg.
Here.
And myself, Gus Kurtz, present. With 5 members present, we have a quorum. I'd like a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? The agenda is approved. Like a motion to approve the minutes from February 13th meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? The motion is approved. Today's agenda will consist of the Planning Advisory Board deliberation on the fiscal year 27 budget requests. The PAB will discuss the various budget requests and offer recommendations to bring the budget within $10 million over affordability. This discussion will be guided by the Office of Budget. At this time, we will turn it over to Naomi.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Naomi McAllister, Capital Budget Analyst in the Office of Budget. We're here today to go through the CIP. And so what I'd like to do at this time is share my screen. Okay, so do you see my Excel spreadsheet?
Yes.
Oh, actually, I got to get rid of this. Bear with me. Sorry, little technical difficulty here. Hide captions. Okay, let me try it again. Okay, so here is the debt affordability model. The first thing that we're going to focus in on today is the general fund. Again, that's the big one. There is a lot of work to be done today. We're $945 million over affordability, and we don't usually start with that figure at this time of year. Usually it's around $500 million. So we do have quite a bit of work, but as usual, we have our strategy that we follow generally every year. A process to kind of go through some of the low-hanging fruit. One of the things we do is take a look at new capital projects first, because generally, as you know, in prior years, the importance is to the capital projects that have already been council approved and already have funding in the pipeline. So new capital projects are one of the items that we like to take a look at. Another methodology that we use is we take a look at capital projects that have multiple phases. So, for example, parks, a park and recreation park, say, they could have a 6-phase capital project. They could have funding in there for a couple of years, and then the out years represent, say, phase 4. That's another area we try to look at. And of course, we always take a look at the multi-year recurring capital projects. And I know this year, the administration and yourself last year had expressed wanting to increase some of those projects in the out years because they hadn't been increased in so many years. So that's kind of going to be baked into the mix. And the last thing is the component units. And actually, I think I kind of feel like we should start with the component unit first because we're $945 million over affordability, which this is the affordability model. And this is where we are. This number needs to get down to 10. For current fiscal year 27, we are $140 million over. So this number needs to be really less than 0. And this needs to be around 10. And I feel we should start with Board of Education because they do have a significant number of new capital project requests. And it's about $525 million of affordability. So I feel like addressing the new projects in the component unit might be a good place to start here. And just as always, what I've done this year, like I've done in prior years, is I've kind of pre-populated the workbook, really just for ease and timing, because it's easier for me to delete lines out of this model than for you to watch me copy, paste, type. It just increases the likelihood of error. So I have gone through and pre-populated it with new capital projects, removing them, although we'll go individually. So if you want to put one back, I just have to delete that line. And I've also gone through the fiscal year, the recurring capital projects. So in this instance, just as a starting point, I've provided full ask for fiscal year 27. And then in the out years, I've increased it by 10%. And again, this is just a starting point. So we'll go through all of it, and you can make your determination project by project. So again, that's me just teeing up the workbook to kind of make sure we move in a time effective manner. But, this is certainly can all change based on your recommendations. So, like I said, I think the first place I'd like to start, big sigh, Board of Education. Let's start with the schools. Let's do it. Let's start with the schools. Okay. So sorry, I don't mean to scroll so quickly. It can be a little overwhelming to the eyes. Okay, so the Board of Education schools, oh my gosh, what did I just do? Starts on page 27 of your highlighter. And I'm going to break them into two buckets. I have multi-year recurring, and then I have the actual school requests. So let's just start with the new school requests. And the first one is Rivera Beach Elementary School. This is a new capital project. And I did also pre-populate the department's rankings. And so for the Board of Education, they rank this one number 17. And this is one of the 10 new capital projects that they're requesting. At this juncture, it has been removed out of the affordability. But if you want me to add it back because you feel that at this time it's valuable, I will delete these rows. So I turn it over to you to discuss Rivera Beach Elementary School.
Right now, we're just discussing it.
I agree, delete it.
I agree. Yes, at this time, I would like the Board of Education, I'm sure they're going to give us the age of that building and also the current enrollment capacity. Is it 80%, 90%? So.
Okay. We can do it. Okay. The next school that they requested was Van Boken Elementary School. And I don't know if I didn't populate the ranking on this one or whether they just didn't have it ranked.
I don't see it on their ranking either, Naomi.
Okay. All right. So Van Boken.
No, Naomi, I don't see Van Boken on their priority list.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It is a request they made. However, it appears it's not one of the higher priorities in their requests. So at this time, it's been removed.
Agreed.
Okay. Moving on to the next one, Glendale Resource Center. This one was ranked number 19 in the capital requests for them, and it is a new capital project.
Maybe they could break down
The first one is feasibility.
feasibility money
I wrote that.
and design. That's a lot of feasibility, isn't it? 2.7 million.
Feasibility design. Yeah, feasibility one is fine. I wrote that.
So for Glendale, it's yes, $700,000 for plans and engineering, and then about $2.1 million for construction in fiscal year 27.
the $700,000.
Yeah.
It's on page 244 of the one-pager report.
Good, we're good.
Okay.
Fine.
The next capital project is Southern High School Systemic Renovation. This is ranked number 20 in their priority list. I also would like to note that we did receive additional information after their presentation. Apparently, the Board of Education has requested a supplemental amendment to the request. And they're requesting additional funding actually in this capital project of $5.5 million. They also included in their supplemental athletic stadium improvements for, I think it was like $8.8 million. And we'll see that when we get into the multi-year recurring. But they did not present these requests. This is something that I guess occurred after their presentation with you all. So I just wanted to disclose that, their request is actually $12 million more than what they presented to you. So, but this is a new capital project and it is number 20 on their priority. Okay. Moving on, we have Northeast Middle School Systemic Renovation. This is also a new capital project and it's ranked number 21. And it has tentatively been removed. The next one is Arundel Middle School. That is a new capital project. It's ranked number 18 and it has been tentatively removed from affordability. Moving on, the next new one is Chesapeake Bay Middle School. And I do not have a ranking on this one, but it has been removed from the program at this time. The next new capital project request is Bodkin Elementary School, Bodkin. And it is new, and I do not have a ranking on that capital project. The next new capital project is Central Complex. It does not have a ranking either. And the last new project request is Maryland City Elementary School. This one does not have a ranking in it, and it too has been tentatively removed from the program. There was only one other modification to a school, and this is actually Old Mill High School. We received additional information from the IAC. And as you know, I don't know if you recall, but they had requested about, let's say, like $64 million, rather large number. On average, we receive anywhere from $20 to $30 million from the state. And so we, based off the 70% report, I have reconfigured the IAC funding to be more in line. I think it's like 27 or 28. And so that difference then is now having to be covered by the county. So I've had to add about $28.4 million in general county bonds to this project to offset that state funding that we are no longer anticipating. So that was the only other adjustment made to the list of schools that were presented to you. Okay.
So, Naomi, let's talk about the Old Mill projects in general. If we can go through those, I know they're ongoing projects, and it looks like just about all of them have increased.
Yes. Okay. So the first Old Mill project I see is on page 269, Old Mill Middle School North. Let me just get to that page.
It's on page 29 of our highlighter.
Yeah. So they are requesting So originally it was programmed to have about $43.5 million in fiscal year 27. That is now increased to a total of $53 million, with the bulk of it spread in 27 and some residual in fiscal year 28, about $5 million. That $5 million is actually funded by impact fees. So actually, we've got a lot in here. We've got about $5 million in impact fees, $6 million in IAC, another $4 in BTL, just in fiscal year 27. So a good portion of this capital project is being funded by alternate funding sources.
Okay.
The next capital project I have is Old Mill High School. That's on page 273 of the one-pager report. And that was originally slated for $71 million and has increased to $82 million. And again, that's spread over fiscal year 27 and 28. This capital project has over $95 million in state funding. $96 million in state funding. The remaining portion is funded with general county bonds, PAYCO, and bond premium. The increase is due to cost estimates. So that's 10.6 million more. Those are the only two Old Mill schools that I have requesting funding. There are a couple of others that are open, but they are not requesting any more funding, like Old Mill Middle School South is still an active project, but not requesting any funding. I think that's it.
Okay.
Question, what about the Ruth Parker Easton? That was a new project that we didn't talk about.
It's actually not new. It was approved last year.
Oh, okay.
And it has a project number assigned to it, and it was council approved.
Okay, that's fine. Sorry, I had it marked.
Yep.
Thank you.
Is there any more discussion that you would like to have on schools, the actual schools, before we go into the multi-year recurring capital projects? Okay.
No, not at this time.
Okay. Multi-year recurring capital projects. Okay, so just to reiterate my methodology here. So I've given the full fiscal year 27 ask, and in the out years, I've increased their program by 10%. So in this first example, you can see here, fiscal year 28, we've got $1 million of bonds that have been previously approved. I'm increasing it 10%, so it would be $1.1 million. And again, this was to address the request of the board that you had last year from you all, that you wanted to address the out years and the multi-year recurring, because some of these projects, it wasn't sufficient funding anymore. And then, as usual, we always generally start with the full ask in fiscal year 27, and you guys go project by project, and using their ranking, determine whether you really feel that the county has affordability capacity to meet that request or to reduce it. So the first one is the all-day pre-K, and this was their number 13 ranking. And this is on page, what page is this on the highlighter? This is page 27 at the bottom. There is state funding in this capital project. Let's see what that is. Okay, the state funding's in the out years. The FY27 ask is 100% funded by the county. So there's $6 million.
What were we choosing to do?
What was
It's not.
6, and then are asking for 6.
I'm gonna request that you guys speak up a little bit in your deliberations, just because we have 2 PAB members online.
Okay.
Just to include them.
True.
So I remember this one from last year. I don't remember 6 million because I know that I was one of the ones that definitely made sure that this was something we had in the budget because it's definitely an important aspect for me. I don't remember the 6 million. So I was just wondering how we went from like 2 to 6, or did I miss something from last year? Or was I not paying attention?
So bear with me. I'm just pulling up last year's budget book just to make sure that I have the correct figures here. So last year in fiscal year 26, they were approved for $5 million. And the out years were programmed at 1.666 million. And so this year they're now requesting $6 million. So sometimes another thing that I've seen you all do in the past is you kind of match what you gave them last year. So in this instance, it would be $1 million reduction. You would be giving them 5 million out of the 6 million. Or we keep it at 6. Let me know what you.
I agree with the 5. I motion for 5. Keep it the same.
I would agree with that.
So the conversation there, Naomi, is go back to 5 million for fiscal year 27,
Then you can keep your 10% increase.
and then
Okay.
increase the out years of the pre-approved amount by 10%.
Okay. The county portion has been increased by 10%. Okay. And I've reduced fiscal year 27 by $1 million. This gives them $5 million in fiscal year 27. Okay. Moving into the next capital project, health and safety. This is their number 1 capital project request, and they're looking for $2 million in fiscal year 27. In the out years, they normally get $850,000, and again, I've increased it 10%. So now this would give them $935,000 in the out years.
And last year's request I see was 1.2.
Yes, so they're looking for more for their number 1 request.
How about 1.5? Instead of 2. Can we afford 2? Probably not. So 1.5.
Okay, so I'll reduce it by $500,000. So we'll give them $1.2 million in fiscal year 27.
No, 1.5.
I'm sorry, $1.5 million, which is an increase from last year. Last year they got 1.2. This would give them $1.5 million.
And then 10% across the board.
And then 10% in the out years. Yes. Security related upgrades. This is their number 2 request. They're requesting $1.5 million in fiscal year 27. Last year, they actually had $2 million. So it looks like they feel this year, although it's their number 2 request, they don't need as much as they had last year. So they're requesting 1.5 in fiscal year 27. And then, of course, the out years that have the 10% increase to the county contribution.
We make that 1.2, which would be a 20% increase over budgeted amount.
So you would like me to reduce it 300,000 to give them 1.2?
Yes.
Okay. $1.2. Okay. Building systems renovation. This is their number 3 capital project request. And it is important to note that approximately 50% of this is state funded. So this is one of those capital projects that the board loves. They use it, and half of it is funded by it's a county match, so half of it is funded by the state. In fiscal year 27, let's see, I'm on last year's budget. Sorry, bear with me. I have too many files open. So they're requesting $32 million in fiscal year 27. 14.3 million of that is county funding. And then in the out years, of course, I've increased it 10%. I know in prior years with IAC funded capital projects, you've had the tendency just to leave, to provide them the full request because the state provides so much funding on this capital project.
That's a $20 million increase over the budgeted amount.
I need to ask her like this, what could we give them to let them continue, but not be the full amount? Am I asking that correctly?
So just to give you so again, let me look at last year's, bear with me. So normally this capital project, it gets about $12 million a year. And so again, like you said, in this year, they're requesting about $33 million, $20 million increase. 18.6 of it is state funding. My concern is, we start reducing the county contribution, we're reducing the state contribution. It is by child project. So I would have to go through and look at all the child projects that make up that amount. I can certainly put a placeholder in there if you would like me to reduce that. And then I can circle back when we go to final deliberations and I can say, we're able to cut I found a project for $300,000 or something like that.
I would like that, if that could be a good idea to circle back on that one since if you
Okay.
can take it out, but if not, I assume it's state funded.
So you want me to placeholder value in there, or you want me just to highlight this to circle back to it at the end?
Why don't we, because we had budgeted 12.5 million. Why don't we make that 20 million as a placeholder and we'll circle back to it.
Okay.
I like that.
Is there a max match from the state on that?
It's usually, so what they do is they submit child projects and the state approves them. Generally speaking, they pay for 50% of each one of these child projects, generally. And so that's what it has kind of come out to. The specific structure for fiscal year 27 is 14 million county, 18.6 million state. So there's a little bit more state funding going on in this project. Okay, so you want me to bring it down to 20, which would be a $12 million reduction, which would be, I'm just going to put a place.
$1.5 million increase.
Oops, not that one. How about I reduce it $4 million of county match? So, and I'll highlight this in yellow so we can come back to that, because I'm just kind of, that's a 33% reduction in state county contribution. And proportionately, probably $4 million would come off of the IAC funding. So this project would go down $8 million ish. And so that would be what? About $25 million. Last year they were funded $34.7 million. So they got the no. So in fiscal year 26, the budget for this capital project was 34.7. $18.5 million of that was state funding, so a little over half. It's kind of the same scenario. So this one, they received their full request on this capital project last year for 26. And then the program years are generally $12.5 million, and that number changes as we get, the new state funding for that budget year. So the out years are really just kind of placeholders. We know that, building system renovation isn't going away. We know that there's a proportion of state and county funding structure going on there. And so we just put placeholders in the out years so that we address this issue every year and we review this capital project. So, okay. So I'm reducing it for, proportionately, that'll reduce the state funding potentially around another 4. So it'll be an $8 million reduction. And I highlighted it so we can circle back. Okay. Moving on to the next one, maintenance backlog. This is their number 4 request. They're requesting $8 million in fiscal year 27. They are normally programmed at 3.65 on this capital project. Last year, they did receive the full 8 for the budget year. So last year, they got $8 million. This year, they're requesting the same amount in the budget year. And then, of course, we have the out years with the 10% increase in plan.
Can they work with 6?
You want me to reduce it $2 million?
Yeah, because if we were only going to give them 4, and they were asking 8, and right now we need to chop 900.
Yeah.
I would assume that hopefully they can work together.
Okay. So right now they asked for 8. The recommendation is to give them $6 million in fiscal year 27 and increase plan by 10% in the out years. Roof replacement. This is their number 5 request. Last year they received $6 million. They're requesting $7 million in this capital project this year. This is their number 5.
Let's bring it back to the 6 they had last year.
Okay. Let me just save this. Okay, relocatable classrooms. I don't know if you recall, but there are a couple of Board of Education capital projects in which there is no funding in the out years. We generally just provide them funding on a case or year by year basis. This year, for relocatable classrooms, they're looking for $800,000. Last year, they had an approved budget of $400,000, and this is their number 6 request. So I've removed the out years because, again, I've just kept it to plan. This is one of those projects that we just don't have a placeholder in the out years.
I think we keep it in for the year, 800,000 for the year. If you need them, you need them.
Okay.
But take them out for the rest of the year.
Yes. So I have removed the out year request and brought it back to plan, which is 0. And I will keep relocatable classrooms at 800,000. Okay, moving on to the next capital project, barrier free. There is another capital project. It's called asbestos abatement. They did not request any additional funding on it. So they were prior approved by council for $600,000 a year. And I did not touch that capital project in this scenario. So the next capital project would be barrier free. It is their number 8 request. They are requesting $1 million in fiscal year 27. And last year they received $350,000.
I'm unfamiliar with this. What exactly is that?
Let me see here. Modifications are required to eliminate architectural barriers and address special life safety issues for mobility impaired persons in school facilities. So this deals with like elevators, lifts, modifications to curbs.
It's ADA stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to bring it back to plan and increase it 10% over when the out years.
I agree.
So they would be getting 385. Okay, 10% increase. Okay, school bus replacement is the next capital project. This is their number 10 request. They are looking for $2.1 million. Last year they received $2.1 million.
I thought they received $1 million.
Yeah, that was the budget that increased it. And gave them 2.1, but brought it back to plan.
Yeah, the placeholder for or plan for this one is usually about $1 million every year.
$1.5. How about 1.5?
Sure.
And increase the out years 10% on the placeholder.
Yes. So they went from $1 million to 1.1 in the out years. Let's check this one. Yep. Okay. Health room modifications. This is their number 22 priority. It's also one of the capital projects in which we don't have anything in the out years programmed. It's one of those we just review on an annual basis for the current budget year. They're requesting $400,000 for health room modifications. Last year they received $350,000.
May I ask what this is as well?
Yes.
Oh, the
I think-
expanding medical facility in the school.
Yeah, so I think it has to do with state standards that have changed in school health rooms, basically.
Okay.
So again, this is their number 22 priority.
I keep it same as last year, 350. With 10% going forward.
Okay, so we don't have anything in the budget for the out years on this one.
Sorry. We don't have.
Yep. So I will reduce it to what was approved last year, $350,000.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to school furniture. This is their number 23 ask. They're requesting $650,000. Last year they received $600,000.
No. For those who didn't hear that, he just said he loves those little chairs.
I know, they're so cute.
Yeah, until you try sitting in one.
You know.
Back to school night.
It's tough.
Sounds like they're pretty expensive too.
I was thinking that too. They must be tough.
Yeah.
Can we just give them what we gave them last year?
Sure, $600,000. So it'd be a reduction of $50,000.
I think that's okay.
Okay. Upgrade to various schools. This is number 24 in their priority list. They're requesting $1.2 million. Last year they received $829,000. $829,000. So they must have had something very specific last year, but they're looking to increase it to $1.2 million this year. This is also one of those capital projects that we don't budget the out years. We just address the current budget, upcoming budget year.
Back to me.
A lot of, yeah. How about bringing it back to $1 million?
This is an increase over what they had last year.
Yeah, last year they had 829. Okay, moving on to the next one, vehicle replacement. This is ranked number 25 in their priority list. They are requesting $500,000 in fiscal year 27. Last year they got $750,000. The out years, they're normally budgeted for $400,000. I have increased that 10%, so it's $440,000 a year in the out years, with fiscal year 27 requesting $500,000. So they're asking for $250,000 less than last year.
Yes, what vehicles are they replacing? That's not the school buses.
Let's see here. Oops, where is vehicle? There it is. It is new and replacement vehicle equipment and required alternative fuel or zero emission vehicle infrastructure for the school system's fleet. So I think it's a mix. I think you get both kinds of school buses in that.
I'm sorry, Naomi, did you bring it back to 5 in 27? Or 4?
It is at 500,000. Oh, bring it back to 4? Okay.
No, I'm asking. It was 750. Now they're asking for 5. What did you suggest?
So in this scenario, I'm just giving them what they're asking for, $500,000 in fiscal year 27.
And then you said that this is also a mix of vehicles, I guess, new EV vehicles.
New and replacement vehicles and required alternative fuel or zero emission vehicle infrastructure for the school system's fleet.
At $500,000, you're not going far with that.
Again, it's number 25 priority on their list.
400.
I say chop it.
Bring it back to 400. Did I understand you correctly?
No, sorry, that was mine. So we're not sure. Keep it, delete it altogether,
If you'd like to go
cut it back.
for,
That's a state requirement? Who's requiring it?
I'm sorry.
It says required. Who required it? Is that a state requirement?
well, I think the school is trying to push for the clean energy thing,
Sure,
but that's what I'm saying, like it's,
right, but so you're trying to push for it, but it says required. So who's requiring it?
Where do you see the word required? I'm sorry.
Purchase of new and replacement vehicles, equipment, and required alternative
Okay.
zero emissions vehicle infrastructure.
I think if they purchase something, it has to be that in that manner. But I agree, like, one, who's requiring, is it a state emissions, is it trying to be a zero, and then, $500,000 isn't gonna get you very far, but.
Was this the one that they were talking about, that they needed 2 school buses per day because they could only get one going in the morning and then they actually had to use a different school bus in the afternoon?
Because the EV doesn't last long enough.
Yeah, I think that's this capital project.
So they have a different one that's school bus replacement, like that's for the school buses. I don't know if that's just the EV buses or.
That's what I'm saying, like, if we already have a school bus, which I understand and I agree with, and we kept it only $50,000 away, but, I have to ask, like, who and what vehicles they replaces that, because I feel like it's a little.
Yeah, it says school systems vehicle fleet.
That's what I was saying. I'm wondering if it's, staff cars, is it security driving around the schools?
Yeah.
Is it Board of Education staff cars, I'm assuming?
What did we give them last year, 750?
Yes. And this year they're asking for 5.
750 was a 1-year increase though, because even the year before
Correct.
was, right, okay.
Yeah.
This is number 25 on their list,
Yes.
if I'm hearing it correct.
Yes, sir.
To the point, if it's bus related, it's not going to have any impact at the current number. If
That's
it's
why
if it's vehicles, we gave them 750,000 last year. If it's base vehicles, the argument for me would be reduce it or remove it altogether.
Okay, so we're either reduced, let's say, to 4 or remove.
So bring it back to plan potentially. Okay.
Or how many you want to remove altogether?
I'm not a fan of it because I don't feel like I've seen results from it, and it's not for the buses that I believe.
I agree. I'm voting to remove it.
Okay,
I'll vote to remove it.
Yeah,
all right,
Okay.
remove it altogether.
I mean, I don't
Okay.
need to go to the bus thing, but they couldn't even answer if they know the question whether the buses last an entire day, which
They
to
do.
me seems like an answer you should probably give before you go buying the electric buses. Call me
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I think this is the fleet, their carpool system.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I don't know that it's
They're
the
personal.
buses. I think maybe I was getting my presentations mixed up there. I apologize for that. So I've removed vehicle replacement for fiscal year 27. The out years do have the $400,000 with the 10% increase in the out years.
And can we, for the future, just Naomi, someone just if they can give us a little more information on the line item, since we really don't know.
Sure, I will put that in blue. There we go.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, moving on to additions. This is did they not request anything?
It's at 0 for 27, 28.
Yeah, so there we go. In the out years, I did increase it by 10%, and I'm wondering if they really even need that, if they don't need it for any funding for 27 and 28. Maybe we just keep it at plan for 29, 30, 31, and 32 at $1.8 million. And in 2 years, we'll be able to reassess the situation as to what the need is.
I like that idea. Keep it at plan.
But wait, plan is 4.
No, it's additions. You wanted 4 in the out years, but plan was 3, not 1.8, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused.
Yeah, so they normally have 1.8, and they're saying 27 and 28, we do not need any funding.
But it looked like plan was 3 million. We don't see the 1.8. Was that prior budgets?
Oh, it's partially state funded. I apologize. It's got blue on it on the highlighter. So there's
Okay.
probably 50% of this is state funded. That's why the numbers are a little different. Okay, athletic stadium improvements. This is their number 27 priority. And go to the next page of the highlighter report here. Okay, it looks like they're looking for $5 million in fiscal year 26. We provided them $4.1 million. Now, it's important to note that they provided a supplemental for an additional $8.8 million. Oops. Yeah, so they submitted their request to you for 5. They're now requesting $13.8 million. The additional $8.8 million would be going to Chesapeake High School and Arundel High School.
And is that to upgrade the, features there?
I don't have the specifics. I do know, if I recall correctly, Chesapeake High School did have a grant. I want to say last year, a state grant, and it wasn't enough money to move forward on the Chesapeake High School project. And so I think this year they're now requesting for the funding for Chesapeake High School and Arundel. So again, they're not looking for 5 million. They're looking for 13.8 million. Last year they received 4.1 million.
I say 4, because if they need 8 for Chesapeake and Arundel, then that's 4 each. And if Chesapeake was last year and got a state grant and they weren't able to do it, if we give them 4, maybe we can get that 1 done.
Okay, so
But
$4 million in fiscal year 27.
Give them 4. I'm with you, Mr. Yep.
The consensus is 4. My question would be how much is matching with the state?
with the state grant.
So for this year, oh, let me go to the project page. There is no state funding for in fiscal year 27. And again, I think there was a small grant in last year's state budget bill for Chesapeake High School. I don't remember how much it was though.
Can we agree on 4?
They can always give it back to us if they don't
4
get the
million.
grant.
So $4 million in fiscal year 27. And in the out years, they normally get 1.2. I've increased it 10%. So that'll be $1.32 million in the out years. Okay. Moving on to driveways and parking lots. This is their number 28 request. They're requesting $1.5 million. Last year, they got $1.5 million.
But the programmed amount is 5, the placeholder is
500. Yeah, the placeholder's 500,000. Yes, that's correct.
Probably give them 500 right now.
That's okay. Go back to
Go back to plan 500.
Okay. Okay, school playgrounds. Again, this is one of those capital projects where we don't have anything in the out years because we address it on an annual basis for the budget year. They're requesting $500,000. This is their ranked number 26, and last year they had $500,000. Wait, no, sorry, I'm on 27. Yeah, last year they had 500,000 as well. So the budget's 0, but we assess it every year. Last year they were given $500,000. This year they're requesting the same amount. I'm sorry.
250.
I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we got 3, Edward,
Yeah.
Van, 250.
Oh, 250.
250.
250.
250, fine.
I feel like someone's going to say, I'd like to buy a vowel.
Naomi, I almost did it. It was close.
Okay. Sustainability initiatives. This is their number 9 priority. What do I have on that one? Number 9. We do not, again, this is another capital project in which we address on an annual basis. So there is no prior approved funding. Last year they received this is a 5917. Oops. Last year they received $2 million. So they're requesting $2 million again this year.
May I ask what they achieved with that $2 million, or is that not something that we know? Cause if not, I'm pretty sure I'd like to agree and say $1 million unless they have some really impressive results.
I do not have that information at my fingertips as to,
Then, I suggest $1 million.
Second,
Consensus is 1 million.
okay. So that concludes Board of Education. The next component unit, it's a small one.
Department.
Did we just lose the camera?
Place light bulb.
Yeah, I mean, you know, let's give a little credit. Hopefully that there's something that they've done. I'm gonna, you know, I'd like to give a little credit, you know, hopefully. Okay.
what about the?
So
You know, we gave them, and I think we only knocked it down 50 days, 656.
Okay.
So for some reason, I'm not seeing the room anymore. I don't know if the camera.
Okay, Naomi, does that touch on all of their prioritized items?
Yes. So the prioritized ones for them were the health and safety, security.
No,
the
if you're talking
buildings-
to us, we can't hear you.
Oh, Van, can you hear me?
I went from 1 to 9. Didn't see two.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Naomi, so I don't know.
Oh, so it's just us. But well, we can hear Vance now.
I can hear Van.
We can hear Van, but Naomi, we can't hear you.
I
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's weird.
Oh, okay. Here we go. The TV's coming back on now.
Okay, we can see you and
Okay.
hear you. Good.
Woohoo! Okay, so their number one request was security related improvements. And so, like I said, they requested $1.5 million and we reduced it to 1.2. I'm sorry, that was their number 2 request.
Yeah, number 1 was health and safety.
Health and safety, they requested $2 million. You're providing $1.5 million.
Okay.
And then their number 2 request, they were requesting 1.5. You're recommending 1.2.
Right.
And then their third one is the building systems renovation, which has generally that 50% state match. We're reducing it. The county portion of that is 14.3 million, and we're reducing that to about 10.3. And then I would have to find the state match portion of it and probably around $4 million reduce it. So does that make sense? It would be an $8 million reduction to the capital project. 4 would be the county portion. 4 would be the state. I have to go through the child projects to see how I can get those numbers to line up. But
Yeah.
Okay, so what is our new number?
okay, let's see here.
I'm gonna say yet.
No? Okay, now we'll keep going. What's next? Sorry.
Okay, all right, okay. Community college.
Okay.
They're kind of short and sweet here. So they did have a new capital project request. It was their careers renovation math center relocation. That's it. Okay. And you know what? I feel like that was their number 1, and I didn't. Let me just go to this sheet, see if I. No, Dragon's their number 1. Okay.
The Dragon's number 1, campus improvements is number 2, and
2.
walkways is number 3.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So in this scenario, I've removed that new project request.
Okay.
Moving on to their next one, campus improvements. They're requesting. Let me go to the sheet here because I feel like
3.5.
That's page 31 of our highlighter.
campus improvements is requesting 3.5. Wait, why am I?
We had programmed 700,000 and continued for the out years.
Okay, yeah, 3. And then programmed 700,000 and 10%. Oh, I'm in 28. I was freaking out there. I thought, oh my gosh, my formulas. Okay. Scared me there. Okay, 3.5. Yes, we're all on the same page. And this would provide them their full fiscal year 27 ask of 3.505. They normally have about $700,000 in the out years, and it does increase it to $770,000 in the out years. And this is their number 2 priority.
6.
We gave them, oops, bear with me, I'm just clicking through. We gave them $712,000 last year.
Want to make it $1 million, move it to $1 million, which is an increase.
800. No, okay, but they're number 1. What are we gonna do with Dragon? Are we gonna,
Wait.
Well, let's
This is
finish
only-
campus improvement.
Yeah, so for campus improvement, it's only they are requesting 725.
So they're requesting
requesting-
3.5.
No, they're requesting $3.5 million. I think they have specific projects that are needed for, let me see if I can pull up their presentation really quick.
Oh, okay. And so those are specific projects bundled into one request, correct?
Yeah, it's their improvements. And I'm just going through to see if they identify Dragon, Floristano, HCAT, Careers, Student Center.
So,
Oh, campus improvements. They do not give specifics on what that is, but it's their, unexpected emergencies fund, and they do have a backlog. And there were some items identified in their 2024 facilities condition assessment, and so that this funding would help get a jump start on that.
I'll circle back to you, because I think the million.
$1 million.
Because I was thinking it was like a 1 point something, and rather than that, just.
$1 million?
All right.
from
So you want them-
3 Here,
Okay, to reduce it 2.5 million.
yes.
Okay, let me just check my math on here. So it's $1 million in fiscal year 27.
Correct.
And increase it 10% on the out years.
Yes, to 770,000. Okay, so the next one is walkways, road, and parking lots. They requested 260,000. In this scenario, I've provided the full 260. And actually, I gave them 260 in the out years, because if I did 10%, it would be a little more than what they're asking for. So this was
I think
the.
that
So this is
we're okay with that.
Yeah.
okay.
Go to
So-
Dragon.
Yeah.
Dragon. So actually, this is just an adjustment to the state funding, the MHEC update. So it's not
Yeah.
actually. So what's happening here is on this project page, the state funding amount is going down. So we're actually not affecting affordability. And then the state funding is actually increasing in 28. So that's why you don't really see any activity on here, because the adjustments that Andrew requested to make is obviously to make FY27 in line with the state budget. And then it will be replenished in 28. So there's no additional cost to the county on this one with regard to that. They're still within plan.
So we'll keep it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The last component unit is the library. They did have one new capital project request. It was Mountain Road Library relocation. Oh, fudge. I didn't put the priorities in here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Their number 1 was Brooklyn Park Library renovation. Okay. And that had a cost increase of 4.7. But this is a new library request, and it is not in their priorities. So for this scenario, it has been removed.
Moving on.
Okay.
Brooklyn Park was number one.
Yeah, Brooklyn Park number one. but
One, and then library renovations, two,
Yeah.
is how I wrote it.
That one, I don't
So
remember.
in library renovation, they actually have not just their general library, renovation projects, but they are requesting funding for Deal and they are requesting funding for Crofton. So you'll see library renovation is their number 2. Deal is their number 3 for 9.7. And then Crofton is 3.8. And that's their number 3. So I've broken it out here just because I just wanted the numbers pre-populated.
Are we allowed to delete one?
So fund one of those projects and not the other. Is that what you're saying? Yes, I can delete a line if you want.
I mean, so I apologize, not delete, but push one library out for the next few years and only deal with one.
I'm sorry.
We agree with the Brooklyn Park, with the elevator and the HVAC and the windows. That's 4.7 million. Okay, so going from that, then we go to library renovations, which you broke out between Deal and Crofton. Got it.
Yes. So they have their normal funding and then they have Deal and Crofton. The Deal is $9.7 million and the Crofton is $3.8 million total over all the years.
And what
So I think,
is-
let me just pull,
Sorry,
I think
go
there's
ahead,
I was going to say, I'm just going to pull up the presentation because I feel like the Crofton Library was the community room. Okay, so the Deal increases meeting room, restroom capacity, and children's area to prepare for community park. The Crofton provides emergency exit, increases meeting room capacity.
All about trying to get the building improved for later.
So, yes, but the Deal is in conjunction with the park. So we need to think about that and what are we going to do with the park? Are we going to, and we may have to come back to this one to see if we're going to keep the park in what year, because it would be advantageous to do them consistently.
So I think David Braun is on the line and perhaps he can provide some insight as to the timing with Deal.
Well, I think the reference to the park is only that they're expecting more people in the area. It's not trying to time anything because the construction of the park is going to be done this spring. So they're just anticipating more people in the area as part of what they're looking for to provide here in the updated library.
That's hard numbers that they're only anticipated numbers that they think may come in.
Well, we know that they will come in for sure, because this has been a big project to upgrade. What isn't there, and David, what about the restrooms? Because I remember an issue with the restrooms.
Deal, this renovation is everything. It's additional space, it's upgrading existing facilities. Yes, it is to address the interior of the library.
And the library restrooms are the only restrooms at this park?
Yes.
That's what I remember. Okay.
So right now, Naomi, what did you do? Did you remove Deal and Crofton?
Correct. So if we remove Deal and Crofton in fiscal year 27, they would get 375,000. The same in 28 and 29. It literally, we're just plan is $350,000, and this increases it to 375 each year, which I don't think I did the math on that. Let me see here.
Naomi, I'd like to revisit Mountain Road Library. I know right now you have you taken out all 23 million?
So Mountain Road Library actually has a small savings realized. It's a give back of $5,000.
I think he's talking about the new project. Lynn.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. That's the other mountain. Okay.
Project 827.
Yes, I have.
That's on their priority list. And I'd like to recognize it and not remove it all altogether, at least some feasibility studies.
Okay, so I didn't have Mountain Road Library relocation on their priority list. Am I?
Number 5.
It's number 5 on their list.
Oh, okay.
5 out of 5.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So you would like to consider kind of study money or
Some
feasibility
study.
funding?
Yep. Considering
Okay.
we moved it to the out years already to 29, and I don't want to eliminate it completely.
Okay, so David, is there a project planning capital project in libraries that
Yeah,
we could add that to?
That's actually done.
Oh,
The FY27 funding here is a combination of land and design. If I may, my suggestion, if you're going to try to do that, is we have numbers for each separately. But until we get the land settled, I'm not sure there's much point in going much farther on the design side.
oh,
So
that's
we
right. This
have-
is the one where there's no property determined yet.
Yeah, so we had $3 million, of the FY27 funding was for the land. So that could be a separate, a way to draw a line there if we wanted to.
Yeah, well, we need to keep something in there to keep the project
1.5.
as a placeholder.
I don't want to give it a deal. Yeah. Okay.
I get a little bit of fun.
What were you saying about yield?
I'd like to give them something because they do need that
The deal?
deal one. Definitely.
Or you could definitely get rid of the Crofton ones. You could probably take some of that and add it, like you said, for the
Road.
but you know, if we gave them that money, they use it, they place for the property, or like what would they really have, 1.5 mil. You know, you can't put it, not sure, questioning that.
Yeah.
If we do buy the ancient plan, we don't want, not the ones we get it that sits there.
And so just so you know, Mountain Road Library relocation is considered a new capital project.
How close are we to finding land?
David?
It's close. To be honest with you, at this point, it's kind of slowed down because we don't have any funds available this year. And we know that it would be July 1 before we'd be able to settle on anything. But yes, there are a couple of sites that have been studied, and we're looking at trying to finalize the decision.
But we need a placeholder there, and an amount that at least recognizes the project. And then I don't think we can do Deal and Crofton. Well, we're gonna have to decide. Deal is their number 1 or number 3, Crofton is number 4. So I think the consensus is do Deal and not Crofton.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not
So-
in my house. I need to say yes. And I proposed 2 million for land for 827.
Okay. So David, do you think that's enough to keep the ball rolling on that one?
I'm about to ask, why don't we ask David what he
Yes.
thinks? Think they yes?
Okay, so going then back to Deal, they asked for their share is 9.7.
Yes, they asked for 9.7.
But in 27, how do we do that? 9.7.
Is there a way, David, to so it sounds like they're asking for a couple of different things. The restrooms are in there, and then there's like a child area.
Meeting room.
And then a meeting room. Is there a way to maybe reduce the cost or kind of put it into chunks to reduce that 9.7?
Well,
Or it's too difficult to say it.
project wise, yes, but design wise, I'm not sure there is. That's what I'm trying to find now, whether I can give you a breakdown of that 2 million in 27 to maybe just focus on that.
Okay.
Trying to find the system.
So let's come back to that because we would like to give a placeholder for Deal as well.
So, yeah, so for Deal, the design cost we've got is $1 million
There you go.
Okay,
of that 2 million.
okay. 1
And
million.
I think it would be difficult to break that down farther at this point on the design side. We can probably phase or look at all options for how they put the contract together for how it gets constructed.
Or not, sorry.
Delay.
Push.
Okay, so I'm sorry, go ahead. No. Okay, consensus here is 2 million for Mountain Road, 827 in 27, 1 million for library renovations to go to Deal, push Crofton out to the out years. Does that work, Naomi?
So you don't want to cut Crofton. You want to give them the $3.8 million in the out years.
For now, yes. Thank you.
Oops.
Library.
So I just need clarification on deals. So we're going to give them $1 million in fiscal year 27. Are we keeping funding in 28 and 29, or were we going to assess the situation after we get more information from design?
Design.
Okay, so
we can still keep it in there, and then we assess next year's budget cycle.
Correct.
So keep it
So
in
this-
there.
So this would give $1 million toward deal. So they wouldn't be getting the 9 million. It give them $1 million for deal to do design. And this keeps Crofton for $3.8 million. And I've pushed it to like 30, 31, and 32.
And the same for Deal's remaining budget of 8.7, because we gave him 1. Push that out to 31, 32.
So let me hit Dave up for the engineering on that. Does that work if you have design in 1 year and you push the rest of the funding that far out, or?
Probably phase a project, but it would also depend on the size of the project. Help me out, Mike.
My thought was to do the design so we can decide how we can construct it and possibly in phases and what's actually needed so we have a better number for construction at that point. And I'm not sure that I would try to guess a year at that. I mean, you're right. It could be problematic to wait from 28 to 30, for example. to construct something that was designed in 27.
Okay.
Yeah.
Design number and wait for the rest of it, Naomi.
Okay, so they get $1 million for deal in 27, and then Crofton gets $3.8 million through fiscal year 30 to 32. And then the Mountain Road Library relocation gets $2 million for land.
Oh, if we're gonna push deal in that manner, does that mean we should maybe do the same thing in Crofton? Just give them some money in 30 and have them wait for the rest?
That's what she has.
She has us giving them to the right.
The full 3.8.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is give them their engineering money right there, and then do the same thing we did to deal, and have them wait to make sure, see if we can process or phase it out.
Okay.
And giving them a design placeholder, make sure we understand that they are in the budget.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's 1.1, and then that's 850.
Right, they were,
Okay.
and by that time it would be more.
No, it's.
I think is that it for library?
It is.
Okay, then we're gonna take let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay, sounds good.
Recording.
I'm muted, okay.
Okay, we're back from a short break. It is February 27th. This is the Planning Advisory Board meeting, and this is deliberations of the county budget. So we'll turn it back over to Naomi.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen, and I wanted to let you guys know where we are right now in the scheme of things. So can you all see my spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay, so if you recall, we were $954 million over. We've taken a look at the component units. And so what that has done for us is it has taken us from $140 million over affordability to now about 120 some odd million dollars over affordability in fiscal year 27. The cumulative effect of all your reductions, it has taken it from $954 million to $215 million over affordability. So you've made about $740 million in reductions, just looking at the component units. I would like to point out that this fiscal year 27 is going to be the challenge, because 215 is pretty good, but a good chunk of that is in fiscal year 27. So we just need to be aware that that's, where we need to make further reductions. But again, the goal is to get down to around $10 million on this side, and then less than zero in fiscal year 27, if possible.
Okay, only with 120.
Okay, so the next area I would like to take up, let me make my spreadsheet bigger here, is the general county class that's on page 1 of your highlighter report. And we will start with the new capital project, animal services. So in this scenario, I have removed it like I have all the other new capital projects. Should you feel, you would like to recommend this project, I can certainly add that back for you. I believe this just provides design funding. Yes. Is that correct, David? Design?
Yeah, and it's not the full design either.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Naomi, you removed it?
Yes. So like I said, in this scenario, I've removed all new capital projects, but if you want me to add them back in, I certainly can. So in this case, it's reduced at $530,000 in FY27. And that is for a portion of design.
Why don't we push it out a year to 28? It's not a ton of money, and I'd like to keep that project on the books.
I'd like to second that.
Agreed. I think we need, I need it there to keep.
Yeah, but just to confirm real quick, that is for the, upgrade of the animal control facility services.
Yeah, design, it's the design portion of the new facility, yes.
Oh, okay, yes, please.
All right, so moving on to the next capital project. Okay, so let me pull up the project page here. Bear with me. Oh. Okay, let me do it over here. Let's see. 5196. Okay. Here we go. Okay, can you see this project page?
Yes.
Yes.
Information technology enhancement. So this capital project is basically the county's technology plan. And it's pretty substantial. And as you can see in fiscal year 27, they're requesting $17.5 million. And then the numbers kind of level out in the out years. So the administration would like to take this capital project and break it out into more refined, smaller capital projects.
Wait, I think we're having a tech problem. 1 second.
Did you hear me?
Naomi, can you try talking to us?
Can you hear me?
Naomi, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we see you.
I hear you.
I hear
hear
you.
Yeah, it might be on their end.
Are you there, Naomi?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
You're back.
Okay. So you can hear me now?
We can, yes.
Okay. So I'm not sure what you missed, but let me go back to my, did I shut the project page? Dang nabbit. Okay, here we go. So this is a big capital project. It's the county's strategic technology plan. And the administration feels that it would be better to break it down into smaller, more tailored scopes, smaller projects. And so what I'm doing here is doing that. So it's going to literally take that IT capital project and break it out into 4 projects. Okay. 2 of those projects already exist and 2 of them will be new. So the first new capital project would be the IT corporate infrastructure. And so all that does is it takes out, oh, I probably should. I wonder if I have their presentation. They break it out quite nicely. Bear with me, I'm just. Okay, here we go. Okay, so there's 4 capital projects. There's corporate infrastructure, which handles the supporting county AWS cloud solutions, the new health department refresh, conference room upgrades. So that big project, I'm carving out the corporate infrastructure portion and creating a new capital project. So it has a very tailored scope and that they can manage those costs in just a neater fashion. The next capital project is public safety. Okay, so this support requests the jail offender management system, CAD, the computer aided dispatch, and basically technical upgrades to public safety, like technology solutions. It also helps with the real-time crime center. And it also has some things in there for the fire department. So what we're proposing to do is to take the public safety portion out of that big project and add it to this capital project, public safety technology enhancements. So it would be a blending. So this capital project here, public safety technology enhancements, has to do with technology that's actually attached to public safety vehicles. Okay, so we would keep that here and we would bring in that public safety component out of that big project so that we really just have one public safety OIT capital project. And again, it's just in an effort to try and get these costs a little more segregated, manageable, and just easier to manage, because that one giant capital project it's big. So the department really feels that this is just a better way to manage their IT issues. And so here you see this new capital project. And again, it's really just breaking out that portion into this new capital project. And it also has the network and security enhancements portion of the capital project. And then down here, you can see that I've reduced that big beast of a capital project by $41 million. So I've reduced the big one. I've created two new ones. And then I'm going to add to the public safety technology enhancement one, the public safety portion. In general, this is a net zero impact, but I did want to point out that in reviewing their budget request, they were only requesting $5 million in FY20 or 32. And I don't feel technology is going to get cheaper, especially as we move on. So I asked them to revisit that number. And so they are going to kind of retool FY31 and 32 to be more in line with the averages that they've had historically. So I'm imagining that number is probably going to be around $8 or $9 million for FY31 and 32. So it's going to go up probably like $5 million. So their request of that $41 million would be 46. And again, that's just to accommodate these out years, because I don't feel like that's a realistic figure to capture the true cost associated with IT. So again, it's taking this big project and pushing funds into two projects that already exist and create two new capital projects. The net impact is going to be about that $5 million in the out years. So it'll go up about $5 million. Does that make sense?
So I understand it makes sense.
Okay.
With that said, for the infrastructure, would that be able to be chopped up a little more?
It does, because actually each one of these has nested within it. Let me see if I can find it. Bear with me. I just have to click through a couple screens here. Try.
So Naomi, the question is, now that you've broken it down into 4 different projects, we still haven't reduced the budget.
Correct.
And projects. So now I guess the question is, which projects do we want to fund and which ones not?
Yes, and so I'm trying to find their little breakout sheet that they.
Still the same, and which is good to break it down. That does help.
Yeah. That's why I was going at the infrastructure one first, but I do know it's needed. That's why I was trying to be nice to each one of them.
Okay, bear with me. I'm trying to find the spreadsheet that they provided, because they actually have nine small areas. And so I didn't want to create 9 new capital projects, especially since a couple of them were only like $50,000. So we decided on the 4 buckets. Let me see if I can pull up how that is managed. Bear with me here.
There's other existing might have paid grants left. So we
I'd like
need
to
to
know
know which
which
one of
ones
the
are.
two.
Yeah.
It looks like that third one down says other funds paid.
Okay, here. Okay, so IT corporate infrastructure is access, server teams, and EAS.
Who's EAS?
That doesn't really mean anything to me.
What's EAS stand for?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Emergency Access Center.
Good to meet you.
Education?
It says Kiro Pro Talent, TALEND, It's actually only EAS actually only represents $58,000 for fiscal year 27, and then it's moving to operating. So that is not a significant portion of that number. So server teams is for 2.3 million, so that's a good chunk of it. And server teams, it's the AWS migration. So is that cloud AWS?
That's exactly what it is, and that's why I was like, wait a minute, is that what I think it is?
Mm-hmm.
Because that is also a corporate entity, correct? Amazon Web Services.
Yeah. It says AWS migration, storage, backup. It also includes costs for PSR mainframe hosted solutions.
Okay.
Maybe what I should do is I'll have OIT provide you a detailed breakout in more general terms, because what they provided me is kind of,
I have an idea, but I can't pin it down, and it's not something that I can fully understand and give a decent opinion on that.
and then the last one is access, which is AV equipment, hardware, software, and refreshes, and yeah, equipment and hardware and software refreshes. So CAD computer refresh, health department, and it does conference rooms for the new Brooklyn Community Center, new Edgewater Rec Center. They're basically conference room upgrades, and hardware and equipment infrastructure. Sorry.
I know what they have to do.
So you can see here that EAS is going away, that $58,000. And then these are the placeholders in the out years. What I can do is I can ask that they provide you all with more information as to what goes into these, because their stuff is just.
The other one I wanted to check into was the enterprise. Excuse me, the enterprise, because that's also another big one. Just a little more detail on that would be nice between the two, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's enterprise is usually all the big software changes occur in there. So I know Oracle, our new financial systems update, is in there, and I think. I think it's called PMO in here. Yeah, I'll get you detail. So we'll have to circle back on that one for now. But and it was a last minute change. So
I'd like to look at an easy one. 53-1200, which is reforest program land acquisition. That's under inspections and permits, and that's fleet pipes, and that was 500,000, and I want to make sure we leave that in.
Yes, so that's actually reforestation funding. It comes from the operating reforestation fund, and it moves into the capital. And yeah, that's not one that I had listed on this worksheet. So that's still in there in this scenario. So I will
also under P&Z Agricultural Preservation Program, they have two requests, and I think they were for specific properties. And
yes.
that is 44,300.
Yeah. So
did you leave those in?
So for fiscal year 27, I gave them their full ask. And in this scenario, I removed FY28. So, and I know that I believe that they had specific requests for both of those years. So I feel like they had a plan definitely for 27. For 28, I feel like they had some things in the pipeline and we're looking to secure funding to keep that going. But in this scenario, I kept 27 and I've removed 28. So what adjustments would you like me to make on that?
Well, definitely, I agree with keeping 27.
Can we afford to put back in 28?
So it's $2 million. I mean, it's
2.6.
2.6. How about?
so the portion of that is state. There's other funding sources on that. So the county portion of that is $2 million. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Naomi, can you repeat that? How much is state?
I believe it's 600. Let me pull up the file.
We'll give them $1 million for 28, $1 million for 29.
Yes. So this one has, so in fiscal year 27, there actually would be getting $3.7 million. 2.4 million of that is county funding, and then they have state grants and agricultural transfer tax. In fiscal year 28, they're actually requesting 2.6 with $600,000 coming from outside of the county. So it's $2 million of county funding in that one.
Naomi, I would say, I know you've taken that out, for 28 and 29, let's put $1 million placeholder for each year.
Okay. Just make sure.
Let me go back to the, where we were a minute ago. I'm not sure if I was done with those guys.
Oh, are you talking about the IT or you?
Yeah, for the, infotech, I wasn't sure if we still had anything else to go through over those.
I think she could.
He was going to get us more information.
Okay. So you're gonna, I'm sorry.
We're gonna hold on that.
That was just for the, info technology enhancements.
Yes.
I'm referring to the next one down with, the CATV peg and fiber network ask they're requesting.
Yes.
Here.
So that is funded by cable fees. And their request is $600,000, which remains at plan. And it basically, the funds are used for CATV PEG. Oh, CATV PEG funds collected by the county.
I just didn't know how many of those we actually had left. That's what I was wondering about.
I do not have any additional insight on this capital project. So I would,
Okay.
I have
Oh, oh,
Okay, moving forward.
so the next multi-year recurring capital project that I had was C4435, and it's facility renovation and relocation. That is on page 1 of your highlighter report. They're requesting $1.9 million. And so in this scenario, they have the full FY27 ask. And then in the out years, we are increasing approved plan by 10%. So we're going from 850,000 to 935,000 each of the out years.
what did we give them last year?
It's a good question. Bear with me. Oh, last year they got 1.225 million. And so
And was
this year,
annual or was that a specific?
so they have a backlog on these, and so they have very specific projects. And so I would imagine they had, several projects that totaled 1.25 million. And then in fiscal year 27, they've pulled together a list of 1.9 million. And I believe they show you the backlog in the presentation.
Yeah, and it has to do with this building with leaky windows.
I remember
that. And then, they want to try and do 5 buildings each year. leaking ceilings.
Yeah, 'cause I said the.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Wait, I think the windows are in the other one. I think this one is for like paint, repairs, countertops, and kitchen. It's carpet.
Yes.
County facility systems upgrade is where the
Oh,
windows are.
okay, sorry, they're both.
So this is the smaller repairs for 1.9.
Thank you for clarifying. So you took it back to 850?
I did not. So for fiscal year 27, I set it up with the full ask. So if you would like me to reduce it, just let me know how much you would like me to reduce it by.
We gave them 1.2 last year, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Take it back to 1.2.
Same as last year.
You give it one, what they're asking for.
Yeah, they're asking for 1.9.
Oh, okay, I saw the 1.050.
Yeah.
Oh, that's me. This is not a very intuitive worksheet. I have different types of funding sources. And so this is the approved program. This is me adding it back, their request to total 1.9. And here I am bringing it back down to $1.2 million in fiscal year 27. Is that correct?
Yes, that threw me off. I'm sorry, that's my fault. Excuse me.
Naomi, what did you do the project above that underground storage tank replacement?
I actually do not have that one in here. Oh, that's kind of weird.
$1,000.
That means
Okay.
Yeah, that one stayed at program for all of the out years, but has one specific project that was requesting funds for FY27.
Right, that's the 1.4 million, and that's the last remaining single wall tanks.
At Davidsonville Road Yard, yes.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
So did you fund that, Naomi?
Yeah, I didn't have that one in here actually. So
Okay.
I can certainly add it in here for a reduction if you would like.
No, I think it's important if that's the last remaining tank, we don't want it to start leaking.
I'm just making a note on that. Okay. So yeah, so then we had facility renovation and relocation. We're giving them 1.2. We'll deal with infotech later. The next one is county facilities and systems upgrade. This is they requested about $17 million. Why do I have this reduced?
It was 10.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong project. Ah.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Here we go. Let me. All right. So they asked 10.6 million. Plan is 6.5. So I've given them the full ask in fiscal year 27, and then I've given them the 10% increase in the out years. Now this is the one that's lumpy because it has the windows in it. I think they planned one building for each year. David, is that correct?
Yes, yes. But what we developed, the FY32 number is actually the proposal for the annual amount, even though all the other years are above that.
So there's one, how many buildings? 4?
This is the windows.
Right. But what did you just say? What did David just say about that last year?
What did you say, David? One building per year?
Yes.
But you said something about the last.
Well, so for this program, that 8 million shown in FY32 is what is being recommended for the annual amount. But all the years before that are over that already because of the window project.
Backlog, okay, so 8 million going forward. Okay, but Naomi, when you said 10% increase, their request is actually going down, not increasing each year. So if we gave them 10.6.
She spoke about 10% of that.
Of approved plan. So normally they get 6.5. And like I did with, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got it. But the full 10.6 the first year.
Correct.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I have to be this guy and make sure we hit numbers. for this one right here, specifically the window program, would we be able to just push that entire road to the right 1 year and have it begin in 28? Because I agree it's important, but it would help us quite a bit on the 120 downgrade, but it would still keep us in line with the construction phase process. And it also keeps the fact we are going to pay for the windows. Would that be a feasible option?
I would defer to David on the timing of the project.
So right now, the way the program is currently, the construction funding for the windows, which is four plus million per year 4 years at 4+ million each. Those are in FY 28 through 31. So 27, the first year is just a design, and then 28 is construction of the first building.
So would it be possible to push design to 28?
Yeah,
So if you want to push that whole program back a year,
yeah. Just push the entire program as is, 1 year to the right, forward. Okay.
However, are we in crisis mode for that? And will the project cost us more? I mean, significantly more by waiting?
I would say, I don't think they're gonna purchase the windows right away either.
Yeah. Plus design.
I didn't design.
I didn't know we had to design purchasing windows.
So wait, that was 4 million for the design?
Just for
Mhm.
design. I just,
No, 4 million for construction.
nope.
Oh, I
He
said
definitely said
construction, 4 million per year.
27 was design, 28 was construction. That's what he said.
That's what we're saying?
And so I said, if we just take the entire program and shift it down 1 year.
Right,
I don't see the glass going up that much to have to deal with any kind of super duper price increases later, especially since you already have a year 5 project.
David, can you clarify, please?
I don't know that we have enough information to be able to add anything to that. At this point, if we were going to shift it back a year, we would just show the numbers that we've got in the program now for that. And just to clarify, we're specifically talking about the window projects, right? Not the rest of the program.
Correct. Just that one large window project, sir.
Okay. Okay. I'll get you the numbers on that, because it's not going to be the same totals per year that we're looking at here.
Oh, okay.
Have space on the backside.
Right.
But we didn't have any space on the front end.
27.
And this is one of the big asks.
Okay.
Okay. I'll have David confirm these numbers, but this is just a placeholder right now. Okay. So for the multi-year recurring capital projects, that concludes the reductions I've made in the general county class. But they do have standalone capital projects. The next being the parking garage repairs, which had very specific breakouts for different locations. So I can populate the workbook to include that, and we can take a look at that. Parking garage repair had previously about $14.8 million approved in the budget and program. They're requesting 19.9. And I believe is it just the Glen Burnie garage that's in the parking garage?
No, Whitmore is in that too.
Oh, okay. Ugh, Whitmore.
I believe we had requested them to break down the numbers for each garage, so we could
Okay.
try to fund one and not the other.
Okay.
We've got that information if you're looking for that.
Yes, can you share that with us, David, please?
You want me to stop sharing my screen or
Well, wait a minute. Let me see where that is. Speaking of too many windows open. So the Glen Burnie garage has a couple projects going on. One of them is the garage elevator modernization, which had most of its funding earlier, but is looking for I believe 200 some odd thousand in FY27. But then the new project at Glen Burnie, let me make sure I got a total on this.
do you have a screen that we could look at? Just
Yeah, probably just a minute.
I'm a visual person.
All those numbers and she's a visual person.
I mean, I have so many colors on my workbook. It's like practically Skittles.
That's not the right one. Sorry, just a minute.
I was gonna say you might need to make that bigger.
It keeps coming up wrong.
Very good time.
I think that was right.
You had a minute ago.
Are you seeing the garage one now? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. So this is a spreadsheet.
Yes,
This is
C5717.
Okay, yeah, this is a spreadsheet that we have. The Glen Burnie garage, the new project is basically this. It's a total of about 5 million of the total spread
Could you
out
make that a little
between.
bigger? Sorry.
There you go.
600,000 in 27, 3.8 in 28, and then 629 is the new project for Glen Burnie.
That's down here, bro.
And then everything else in that program, other than about 200,000 of additional cost, is Whitmore.
Yeah, that's the Whitmore, rehab.
So, David, do you know which one is the most critical? I know they're both needed, but which one is most critical?
Choosing between the two, I'd say Whitmore is because that's an ongoing project that we've been working on. Glen Burnie just had an updated analysis done by the Resilience Authority last year, which is what the genesis for this project is, and we've taken the quote critical items out of that to include in the program here. So it probably is still secondary to Whitmore, but it is work that's going to need to be done at some point.
Why don't we fund Whitmore? Push Glen Burnie.
We're just pushing on Burnie. But I agree with Ms. Elizabeth because it's only 600 grand in the grand scheme of 120 million. I don't know. I agree though. I think one of them has to be pushed.
Is Whitmore the one that's right opposite the county council that's
Yes, that's-
all the stuff
that's
that's
currently on the
pushing
way.
it up? Yeah.
That's currently
It's
underway. You can't.
current. Sorry, I'm not sure if you guys are hearing us. My
No.
question was if Whitmore was already under construction and it is confirmed that it is, they have I guess it's sinking. And so they are jacking it back up, I believe. David, you can confirm if that's the case, but that's
Yeah.
how we started.
No, that's probably an exaggeration.
Oh,
Um,
I hope
There
so.
there are individual columns and beams that are in need of support as we do the work through there, but sinking is not, where's the lid for me to knock on? It's not the problem we're dealing with right now anyway.
Okay, sorry, but it has started. I think there's.
Yeah, so we've been working at Whitmore for a number of years now. The biggest issue with that is that we can only work about half of the year because of the legislature session and when we can close the parking area. So it gets spread out over a number of years, which is why right now, even the work just to get through the stuff that was identified 5 years ago isn't planned to be done until FY30.
And I
I'd like
agree.
to keep it in.
Yeah, I'd like to keep the Whitmore, but would you mind if we pushed Glen Burnie a year or so in the grand scheme of things? Would that be an issue? Even though that's my personal garage, now I really would, but I understand.
But again, it puts them down.
Oh, it's more than that, isn't it?
So it's a total of 4 million. Yeah, because it gives 650.
Yeah,
Pretty bad.
631,000.
Yeah.
So pushing it to the left,
So
to
push
the
it.
right,
Yes.
push it to the right by here, please.
Well, why don't we push that 2 years?
I'm with that.
Not with.
So- Starting in 29 for Glen Burnie, is that what you're saying?
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay. David, do these numbers look right?
Yeah,
If you could.
Okay.
Stop your line
Let me
item,
just-
so it's Glen Burnie and not Whitmore.
well, they're both actually Glen Burnie. You're just moving them back. Yeah.
Right. So the net, let me just make sure the net is 0. It is. Okay. Why is there a reduction?
Because your line adjustment for the new line didn't show up.
There you go. Okay. The next capital project is Millersville garage renovation. It looks like they've had a schedule change in which it's now being pushed out to 28. And it looks like there is a reduction in some of the cost there. The next one is Ralph Bunch Community Center for $1.8 million. Originally, this was budgeted for $158,000. Oops.
That's just the number over plan.
So it's increased cost?
Yeah.
To complete it?
Matching funds
Okay.
on that Ralph Bunch, is there any grant money or?
Let me see.
And is that design?
I think there is.
Is that 1.8 design and construction, and can that be separated?
It is construction, pretty much the bulk of it.
Yeah,
This
we're-
capital project does have some federal and state grant funding tied to it. It was funded in prior years, though, so there isn't anything in fiscal year 27 other than county funding.
Is that project ready to go, David?
Yes, it will be.
I had a note decided. Well, childcare. Is that the one that had the childcare facility moving into it? The Ralph Bunch?
I'm sorry. Is it-
Child care facility in it? I think that there is.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, let me check my comment. Yes, we'll have pre-K.
Okay.
The next recurring capital project is EV charging stations, requesting their previously approved $660,000. I believe this is a project that the Resilience Authority is working on with them.
Yep.
So,
That was the note.
The next project is Circuit Courthouse Major Renovation, originally programmed for about $8.8 million. They're requesting a little bit less, $6.7 million spread between fiscal year 27 and 28. Wow, so you guys saved $2 million, huh? Good job.
First those out a year?
Oh, it started.
We're in the middle of that.
So it started.
That's already started?
Yeah, it's a complicated phased project.
Oh, okay, understood.
And then we have Crownsville Nonprofit Center with a savings of $25,000. And then ADA retrofit for $250,000 per year. That's staying at program. And then we have Glen Burnie Plaza redevelopment, which is a Resilience Authority capital project as well. I believe that funding in fiscal year 27 is all grant funding, which I don't think we have anymore. See, let me just pull this up.
Are we
Yeah.
not key to that improvement of the Glen Burnie redevelopment?
No, so I think this is a project that the county's been working with the Resilience Authority on, and originally that fiscal year 27 funding was a federal grant. I reached out to Matt Fleming and he indicated that it doesn't look like that federal grant is going to come in. So the revision for this is to remove the federal grant. He is working with some other entities to get additional grant funding. So this capital project is still open. It's still viable. It's just Resilience Authority is having to reach out, like I said, to other agencies and groups to supplement the funding on this one.
If we put $1 million as a placeholder and let them figure out their funding until then, once they're ready, they can circle back.
So I think there's about $500,000 of pay-go in there to keep the capital project going, and then the remaining of the 10 million is all federal grant. Well, actually, it won't be now because the 8.4 million is going away. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Would you like some sort of adjustment to that one?
I believe, I live right there, I know what's going on.
If they were expecting grants, that's why there was a project.
Right.
There's no grant.
Yeah, so I don't see any good reason to give them $8 million unless,
No.
unless somebody has,
Grant money out there.
yeah, grant money.
That would
and unless they find,
incentivize them to find more grant funding.
Put a $500,000 placeholder.
I'm sorry, $500,000 placeholder.
So it does have $500,000 of pay-go in there, county funding, to keep,
Okay.
the project going.
Then I guess we'll just keep that 500,000 pay-go in there and the rest can be, removed until further notice of grant funding.
Okay. All right, the next capital project is Advanced Land Request. This is on page 2 of your highlighter, requesting $3 million. This is basically the capital project that we put money aside for as properties become available throughout the year. We can utilize this capital project to purchase and move forward. Of course, any purchase has to be council approved, but again, this sets aside funding to kind of move that process along. And David, was there any specific requests in that $3 million, or is this replenishing from purchases that we made in 26?
It's basically to put money there in case something comes up because we've used up all the money in that account now.
Yeah, there's really not a lot in there.
Yeah, there's less than that now.
So how does this differentiate between, let's say, the Mountain Road Library and the purchasing the land for that, whereas this is engineering, it's not racks and parks. What would DPW be purchasing land for?
Roadways.
So this is as property arises, it becomes available in the county. It may not have necessarily a specific project to go toward, but they know that they may need that property in a specific area. And I do know that sometimes they use this capital project to purchase land, and then they make the Mountain Road. Say there wasn't a budget for land in Mountain Road, they would take the money out of advanced land, they would purchase it, and then they would basically do an adjustment so that we could move forward on the library. We had land funding, and then that next fiscal year we would replenish that. So does that answer your question?
Naomi, can we split that up instead of 3 million in 27, split it up 1.5 and 1.5? I know it doesn't reduce anything, but it gets rid of the lumpiness a little bit.
Yeah.
And I like that. Getting rid of the lumpiness.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only caution I would throw on that is that the properties that are available for 1.5 million, if that's all we have, are not all. There's not that many of them. The two we used this year were for the Shipley Avenue properties and the Glebe Heights, and both of those were over 4 million.
That's
It
my
takes you
point.
another 4 years to get it up anyway, right?
Yeah, get the
Sorry?
1.5 to get it under contract and next year close it.
I think that.
But that's my point. Glebe Heights is in a different
So
project number.
so what the county does sometimes is like a piece of land, like Leap Heights, it's a really unique piece of land.
Right,
And so there's no active project for it, but it goes on the market for sale.
right.
So the county can use this fund, the advanced land acquisition, to purchase the property, and then it goes to become a new project. So this is like the fund that's set aside for a really unique piece of land that may not be under another project yet. They can scoop it, and then they can figure out where it's gonna go.
Yes. Because I mean, it could
And
go.
Dave, you said how much was the previous land you purchased from before?
I think it was 4 million, wasn't it, for Shipley?
Shipley was 7.4.
Oh.
And Glebe Heights was 4.3, I think.
But yeah, Glebe didn't come all out of advance. They had some other
No, right.
funding.
Leave it.
Right.
Oh, great. Okay, fine.
I like I like the 1.5.
Okay.
We're trying to put a dent in that 120 million, but it's not easy.
No, it's not. And then let's see, we've got our general county project planning for $265,000. The project planning doesn't normally, those types of projects exist in each project class, and they don't normally have like a standard approved budget in there. And so there's obviously been some identified needs for project planning to request that $265,000. The next capital project is the additional salt storage capacity. It looks like they're requesting 1.262 million in fiscal year 29, and that's to complete the new salt barn, West County Roads operations.
Although, Miss Naomi, you are lagging.
I'm sorry?
Your screen is lagging.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
And
Okay.
You're still on advanced land acquisition.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm reading off of this.
Here, thank you. Should we break up that 1.262, or does that not help us? It won't help us in 27, but does it matter?
I would defer to David, but I think it's probably just best to keep that
Okay, just leave
in
it.
one
That's
year.
fine. I just didn't know if that would help us. Okay,
Sure.
keep going.
Okay, leave that in.
And then we have the traffic maintenance facility upgrade relocation, which is remaining at plan at $6.23 million. And then we move on to health, which they're not requesting any increases. And a couple of these projects are state funded or have state funding, like this is state funded. And so really they're just adding on the fiscal year 32 appropriation. So that's not in my spreadsheet. Reforestation land, we talked about this. This is actually reforestation funding. So this does not affect our debt affordability model. So that is in there. This is that big information technology capital project that I said I would need to,
On hold.
give you more information.
Yeah, we're gonna circle back on that one.
Yeah.
Down the transfer.
And then the OIT has the two other capital projects, the CAPEG, which is requesting to stay at plan, along with the fiber network that's requesting to stay at plan. Ag Pres, we talked about that, and let me just confirm here. Excuse me. $2.4 million of county funding in 27, and then $1 million in 28 and $1 million in 29. And of course, as you know, this capital project does have other funding sources in it. So this amount here is a composition of county funding and other funding sources. Rural Legacy, it looks like they've kind of done a true up with a grant that they weren't expecting. Run by DNR provides grant. Let me supplement. Check. I got this from Mike Stringer, so I will double check this number with him, but there's an increase and a decrease. There's a grant that was previously approved in prior years that did not come to fruition, so we need to reduce that capital project by that grant funding that we're not getting, but then also increase it to what he needs or is requesting in fiscal year 27. So I'll double check that number with him to make sure that is.
So now we got it. We're going to keep
Yep.
it.
Okay. Odenton Mark looks like requesting $1.9 million in fiscal year 27, and I believe this is to finish that phase up, right, David?
Yes, that's the rest of the construction funding.
Yeah.
And there is actually that's TIF funding in there. Oh wait, let me check. Wait, I'm on the wrong year again.
No, you're right. You're right.
Oh, it is. Okay. All right, let me move this over here. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
No, we're good.
Oh, okay. Electric fleet bus expansion, that is remaining at plan for $420,000. And then yes. Electric ferry. Originally, they were previously approved for $400,000. That's being reduced to $800,000.
$4 million.
Yeah, it was previously approved for $4 million, but they're asking for $800,000.
That's a
The
grant.
study
It's a grant that they didn't get.
Oh, okay. And so the 800 is for the operating study to be completed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Has that study you just said to be completed, so has that study started? Is there money that was?
No.
Then can we push it to 28?
And David, if it's not tied to anything, do you have any issue with that?
No, it's just, it was transportation's timing to try to get it started in 27 so that for the grant cycle in 28, they'd have information to be able to submit.
Okay.
Naomi or Fan, Edward? Push it to 28?
I'm fine with that.
All right. Pushing it to 28. Second.
Fine with that.
Okay,
Okay. This is on with another matter.
Let me save this. Okay, that concludes general county class. We now move on to public safety. Let me get into my spreadsheet here, or my.
Then we'll go to detention.
Okay, so we have detention center renovations. Generally, they have $250,000, but they're requesting $650,000, and I believe this was specifically for the kitchen floor. I want to say,
JRDC kitchen floor, yes.
yeah. And then, of course, the JRDC. There's a little bit of savings realized there. And then the ORCC, it looks like they need a little bit of funding to complete that project. Let me go to my spreadsheet and see what I have in here.
I've noticed that they needed a new water main for the re-entry tub.
Okay, we have the Joint 911 Center. It looks like it was originally approved for 49, and it's been increased to 58.6. Let me see here.
That's how I've been started, so,
Do you repeat that, Naomi?
because we can't really push that out.
So there is $3.5 million of grant funding in this fiscal year 27 number. We're also using PPI bonds. And it looks like there's some impact fee, public safety impact fee funding going into here. So it is kind of a salad bar of funding sources on this capital project.
Sorry, Naomi, that's already been started, right? I mean, there's no way that we could split that up and move it forward.
I would defer to David on any scheduling changes.
So the building itself is expected to be ready for bids in FY27, which is why we've got the building construction shown there and all of that. The one number we have in FY28 is the one thing we know we can't split off, which is the water main construction.
Okay, that was that one. Okay, thank you.
Moving on to fire department. I did make an adjustment to this volunteer fire station funding source because it's lumpy. It's normally a multi-year recurring capital project that gets $150,000 a year, but they had specific requests. So they were looking for $929,000 in fiscal year 27. And I think, let me see if I can find the presentation to see what that is really for.
I don't think it's in their presentation.
Oh, okay.
You might find it. We got a list from them just recently of what they were asking for here. And we put it in the appendix. I don't know if you.
I don't have that right now.
I can share that if you want to see it.
Yes, please.
But there's basically five stations that this year they gave us it's the first time we've got a really good list of everything they wanted to do under this project. And I think they've been making an effort to get the volunteers involved and upgraded where they can. So, but this is the list of projects they've got that makes up those additional numbers. I can tell by name looking, I need to make it larger.
Great, my face is like, what?
Yeah. So at these five stations, there's a list that they have at each facility of the work to be done and when they were hoping to do it. And so that schedule is how we came up with the numbers that went into the program.
Okay. So in my scenario, I give them the full 929,000, but in the out years, I brought it back to plan and I increased it by 15%. So I'll just share my screen again so you can visually. So this gives them the 929 in fiscal year 27, but then in the out years we bring it to plan and I increase it by 15. So it doesn't include these specific projects that they were looking for funding. At least at this time, it's something we can revisit next year.
Okay. Good idea.
Okay.
In the
Um,
out years, it helped us this year. These two, yeah, in the out years. I would keep it place something for that. There's no way. But we just need to remember that if we're on this board.
Okay, moving forward.
Okay, fire suppression tanks. In this scenario, the full fiscal year 27 ask was provided, the $435,000. However, in the out years, brought it back to plan, but included a 10% increase. So it goes from 125 to 137.5 in the out years. Okay. Jessup Fire Station. I've added the VLT funding that we believe we might be receiving toward this capital project. So that's why it is going down by 1.2 million. We're not cutting the project. It's just a funding structure change there. And then this is the public safety technology. This is me taking that large capital project, infotech enhancement, reducing it. And this is me putting the public safety portion in there. Again, I'll show you all the detail on that one.
It's not.
I remember what you did on that. That's from the, that big 168 million one from the, OIT, correct?
Yes.
It's already
Yeah.
funded.
Yeah.
And I think that, let me just go back to the highlighter here. We haven't really gotten into the standalones yet, but we have the Fire Training Academy. Looks like they were programmed for about $17.4 million. They're requesting 39. Of course, it's important to note that what's really happened here is the fiscal year 32 funding that's needed is finally coming online. And so that half of that $39 million is basically fiscal year 32 requesting almost $21 million.
That's an extra 21 million, correct?
It's just that it's now moving into the CIP program. It's not a cost increase in the project. It's just that the schedule is now showing it coming online in 32.
So if it's coming online, why is it got an end of year in 28?
I'm sorry?
For the Fire Training Academy replacement,
Mm-hmm.
it shows FY 2028 was 0.
So I think that is probably issues or, related to the program schedule. So I would defer to David on that.
Yeah, so what you see is the FY 27 cost is the actual design cost, and that will take us through 27 and 28. And then in 29 is when we start having other costs related to the on-site construction.
So that was for plans.
That was 7 million for design.
Yep. Those plans.
And that's already been started, correct?
Yes, there is some funding in this capital project already, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Okay.
The next capital project is the Arundel Fire Station. This remains pretty much to plan, about $27 million. However, the fire department, due to need in that area, is requesting that this be pulled forward to start in 27.
And you said they requested that 23 million be moved to 28.
Yeah, so you can see here, I don't know if you can see my highlighter report. They've had a schedule shift. Originally, they were supposed to start in fiscal year 29. But the police or the fire chief had indicated that due to the need in this area, they're requesting that be pulled forward to fiscal year 27. And then I don't know if that's land or not. And then, in 29, have the construction and the remaining funding for the fire station.
I remember when she went over this.
Yeah.
And that $4 million is for design as well, correct?
I'll pull up the
So,
project page.
Of the 4 million, 1.8 is design. And about 2 million is then the hiring of the construction management firm as we get closer to ready for construction. We might be able to split that up into shifting some of that back to 28.
If you could do that, that would be super, because the design and then the construction management, like, just chip away at it, put one on the other side, and the management on the 28, and I think that would be pretty right on.
Maybe if you want to, for a placeholder, just split the 27 cost in half, and I'll get you the exact numbers.
Okay. Mm. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So it's splitting in 27 and 28. Ooh, but we want this. Not 0. Okay. Okay. And then Chapel remains on schedule and on plan as a whole. They've had a little bit of funding shift in a couple of years, but they're still remaining at that previously approved amount of $25.5 million. FD infrastructure and repairs requesting 150, which is remaining at plan. Jessup Fire Station. I talked about that one. That was with the LDC funding. Let me just double dog check here. Yeah. Okay. And then, of course, we have the OIT capital projects here. We have the public safety radio system upgrade remaining at plan, the $350,000 per year. We have that public safety technology enhancement, which at the time this report was generated, it was at plan, but this is the one that I'm going to nest in that public safety component from that larger one. And then we have Greenberry Power Point Tower restoration remaining at plan for $300,000. Moving on to the police, the new Northern District Police Station. It looks like they were previously approved for 38, but they have some cost savings realized. So they're only looking for about $27.4 million. And that concludes the funding requests for public safety. Okay, the next class is recreation and parks. Fasten your seatbelts. Okay, so, sorry, formatting really bothers me when it's not. Okay. Okay, the first one is actually they did have one new capital project. It's the Crofton Park improvements, and they were requesting looks like almost $3.8 million. This was their number 4 request, and like I said, it's a new project. So in this scenario, I've completely removed it. So you can certainly add that back in if you feel that that is the choice that you want to go with.
Next.
Okay, continue.
Oh, okay. Facility lighting. It looks like they were requesting $1.7 million. And again, as I did with all the other multi-year recurring, I gave them the full ask in fiscal year 27. No, I didn't. Oh, there's a settlement grant.
Yeah, that was the additional 108,000 that showed up in the previous balance.
Oh, okay. So I should bring it back to 1695. Oh, 175. Why did I do that? Let me just check something because I feel like this is not an accurate reflection. Oh, geez. Where's my comment?
Take it out. Yeah.
Ugh. Okay. Reimbursement for lights. Oh, so we got money. That's why I did that. Okay, sorry. I think that's what you were saying, David. I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so that does stay there. So there's some money coming back to the capital project. That's why there's that reduction there. But then in the out years, I bring it back to plan along with the 10% increase in the out years. The next capital project is school outdoor recreational facilities. This was not indicated as a priority. So just following the standard pattern, full funding in fiscal year 27, and then reducing the out years. Oh, I didn't do the 10%.
There wasn't an increase in the out years here.
Oh, they didn't request it. That's why.
No,
Okay.
It's just the FY 27 increase.
What did we give them last year?
The
327 program.
Oh, okay.
There are specific projects that they've identified here to try to get done in FY 27 that make up that difference to get to 780.
Okay.
Okay. Stream shoreline erosion control. This one actually has several funding sources on it.
Yeah, and
Oh, actually, it doesn't.
The active
Yeah, so
projects are resilience authority projects.
Yeah, so this is Resilience Authority. I don't recall off the top of my head the 2 projects that I know that they're working on.
It's Quiet Waters and Jonas Green.
Jonas, yeah. Okay. The next capital project is park renovation. Again, this is the one that Jessica likes to speak about. It's her favorite capital project. And so it looks like they're requesting about $7 million in fiscal year 27. And then I did increase the out years by 10%, and then I got rid of this just to try and make it an even number. But yeah, so previously approved plan was about 3.5 million, and they're requesting $7 million.
We gave them 3.4 in 26.
No, that was previously approved. 4, 7, 9. Let me check what's in the book. Last year they got about $7.6 million. They had a little bit of state grant in that number though, like $50,000. So they got 7.6, 7.5 last year from the county.
All right, before we move on from there, what what do those park renovations cover?
It's the catch-all for everything. So if something breaks, basically repair, improve, reconstruct, county parks and some school-related projects, and routine maintenance. So it's
We have a list in the appendix too that they gave us that we can share.
And then in 28. Bump it up and
For five, five, five.
five.
Yeah, I would like to maybe see if we can adjust the current number to around 5 million.
Let's adjust it 5 million for 27 and 28. So we decrease 1 year, but add back to 28.
right.
Oh,
That's this.
Yeah,
David, I think you said you had a list. I had a note here next to it that said the 3 boat ramps.
Different project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Reducing.
yeah, so effectively, it'll keep its money, but we're just kind of spreading that money out over the course of the 2 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The next capital project is turf fields and regional parks. This is, although it's a multi-year recurring capital project, this one does have some lumpiness to it because it has some very specific capital projects in there. It doesn't look like it had any prior approved funding in it. So let me just check the 26 budget.
We're supposed to be done with all of our turf fields.
Yeah, how many more turf fields do we have left to put in?
Ooh.
You're confusing. Fields
And
is in all the high schools.
Let me
Oh,
see if
I think
Now this is all regional parks.
okay, excuse me, I'm sorry.
And I believe that a field is $1 million.
Every $7 million.
is that what, David, can you confirm that? It's about $1 million per field?
Yeah, depending on the work you're doing, yes. Yeah. They have specific projects that were identified for each of these years. FY27 is 3 softball fields, the Challenger Field at Lake Waterford, and some design work. FY28 is 2 turf field replacements. FY29 is another 3 softball fields. And FY30 is anticipated construction at the new land that was purchased for the Bell Branch Park expansion.
Okay, could I take one of my softball fields and put it into 2028, please?
So reduce this 7.8 to 6.8 and put it into 28.
Well, I think since he said there's only 3 softball fields in that price, am I right or wrong on that, David?
No, yeah, there are 3 plus a couple other things. If that's the direction you want to go, Naomi, I can give you some numbers on that. I think the softball fields are these are bigger fields too. These are at Bachman. They're 300-foot fields. So if I remember right, they're about $1 million a piece also. But I can get you an exact number if the goal is just to move that back to 28. Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to maybe just push 1 or 2 of those just to 28, just to separate that flow on the 2 years right there.
So do you want to do 1 or 2 million?
Oh,
Ish.
I'll get you the number. I'm going to say it's going to be close to 3.
Oh, for 2 fields?
No, for the 3 softball fields.
Oh, 3 million for 3 softball fields.
I think we're looking at essentially 8 and 2, which is 10 between the 2 years. So if we can make it according with David, once he gets the numbers, close to about 5 and 5. Or 4 and 6 or whatever works
So,
best.
and if that's the goal to basically even the funding out, maybe we can do that without specifying to Rec and Parks which fields they do first. We can just say, okay, here's 5 million for 27 and 5 million for 28.
Yeah, no, they definitely compare.
Yeah, I like that. That's fine. And it's just to soften that blow from the first year into the second.
But what do we want to do for the out years?
It'll soften that blow. Get it? Softball fields.
So that's 10 million.
That was a good one, Naomi.
I know. Sorry. I love a good
Wait,
pun.
we had to repeat it because we didn't hear it.
So,
I said,
Oh, soften the blow. Okay, there you go.
okay. So this is just, again, I'm just going to show that so I don't forget that. Okay.
So
And
do
let's just
5
make,
million each year. I mean, the
Yes.
consensus is 5 million for 27 and 28. But we also want to put a placeholder in for 29 and the out years, to recognize the need for that, but we've got to get this $30 million new project down to a more,
So 5 times
to a
6 is
smaller number. So
5 times 6 is 30.
so did you want to choose one particular, like I think in 29, it's the Bell Branch.
separate projects they're also talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, like, hold on, before we go that far, yeah. And once you go into 28, that's a different set.
right, but what I'm saying is 29 is further.
It's also a different set. 30, I don't think they did anything with it.
Yeah, they have.
Wrong.
They do. They have.
But they don't
They have
have
something further here.
So can you explain, David, and for, I don't know if you need to go back to Jessica, what the 13 for 30 is and why?
That is construction at the Bell Branch Park on land that was just bought for an expansion that we're starting to design in FY 27.
And this wasn't on their priority list, right?
No,
I think-
I suggest 5 and 5 for 27 and 28. And then enough funding in 29 and 30 to get the Bell Branch project done and take the rest of the stuff out.
Okay.
So David, you'll have to, come up with those numbers.
Where is it from?
They're up above River Road.
We got a couple of others. That's not near me.
Okay. So right now I'm not touched. Well, I added $200,000 somehow. I've done the shifting for 27 and 28. We will get more information to keep the only the Bell Branch capital portion of it in 29 and 30. Is that am I correct in your understanding?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the next capital project is water access facilities. They're requesting for almost $5.3 million. The out years, it looks like in 29 they crested almost 3 million, but like with other recurring capital projects, I brought it back to plan and gave it that very small increase.
Yeah. Okay, so can we expand upon that from 268,000 to 5.2 million?
All right, let me see if I'm sure it's in their presentation.
Yeah, those are primarily construction at Valentine Creek and Beechwood Park.
Are these the boat ramps?
Canoe,
They're
kayak.
I'm sorry.
I want to be careful of not calling boat ramps because
I
but yes, there's the access facilities, yes.
apologize. Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm sorry, Valentine Creek, and what was the second one?
Beechwood Park.
Beechwood.
And this is already been designed, correct?
They're both at 30% design, yes.
They're only 30%.
30% design, and these are car top. Is what we refer to for versus boat ramp. Car
Yeah.
top, boat ramp.
Yeah. There's some additional work at Beechwood especially, I know, parking improvements and some other improvements, but it's basically all to get the access.
So David, will the 5 million in 27 finish Beechwood?
Yes, that would cover construction costs at both Beechwood and Valentine.
So why don't we fund that for 27 and take out the 28 requests and bring it back to plan?
Okay.
Oh, hold on. I think, hold on real quick. Before we go with that one, you said that 5 million right there for 27 would complete both of the access points, correct?
At those two parks, yes.
The two parts. Okay. But there
are
only
four-
30% now.
And I'm sorry, there are 4 other projects that have programmed to start design in FY27 with that money also. And then the FY28 funding was the construction for those 4 sites.
We'll have to revisit that.
I think so.
Here. Okay.
Naomi, can you put a placeholder in that for later?
Sure.
If we wanted to move one of them to 28 for completion. Valentine Creek could move to 28 for completion and keep Beechwood for completion in 27.
Not a problem. So, I can work with it again. David, take one, just something pushing for next year.
So could we get more information about possibly completing one, either Valentine or Beechwood in 27, and then completing the other in 28, and moving the 4 other design and 4 site constructions further out?
Yeah, I can put that together.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
Thank you. Trying to even it out a little bit more.
Okay.
Michael, thanks.
I get an increase here. Oh, because of these. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
That wasn't even requested.
I'm sorry.
They didn't request an increase to the 268.
Oh. Taking that out. Such a penny pincher. I'm like, no. Okay. Just make sure it's, yep. Okay. All right. So then, I don't know why I'm jumping to the swim center all of a sudden here, but let's see what's going on.
That's right. That's next.
I think that's the next closest to the
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So West County Swim Center. So this one had VLT funding in it, a placeholder value. And it's looking like it's not going to be the figure that they had anticipated roughly in 29. So I've added $1 million of bonds just to make sure that project still remains within plan. and that the VLT funding numbers are a little bit more in line with what we expect. So it doesn't change the project. It's just a funding structure change.
That's a big funding structure change.
$1 million?
No,
Wait, are you on North Anne Arundel or are you on
we're,
West County?
Oh, West County.
So
West County.
she was
Yeah.
explaining a shift in funding. There was a 3 million slated to be VLT funds, but we don't think we're actually gonna achieve that. So she just added, she shifted the 10 million. The 10 million is staying put, but it's just what's coming from what. And then you guys are asking about in the out like FY 28 and FY 29, what's going on.
right, we're asking about the $73 million, I guess that is the construction cost for the swim center.
Okay, so I would defer to David on the details on the West County Swim Center.
And it does say that it's lottery heavy.
Well, if you remember, while we were working on finding another site for the facility, we had kept I say small amount, about 10 million, I think about 9 million in the program to allow design to keep going on the building itself and some other work. So what we've done this year with the site chosen, the design is back underway. You're seeing the full construction costs shown again that weren't there before. And at this point, that's basically split between 28 and 29.
And there will be other money towards the cost, lottery money?
There is there is a placeholder for VLT funding in there. This is the document that you saw, and it had about $20 million estimated as a placeholder for VLT funding, spread across several years. But the rest of that $92 million is county funding.
I know, I was thinking, I know.
We've been putting this off for years.
And I know we've been putting it off for years. I'd rather have an electric boat.
What
They finally found it.
purpose does it?
So you can.
I'm not gonna fight it.
It might be in a high needs area, I think, for like a school, I'm not sure.
David, we have the site now, correct?
Yes,
And we bought it.
yes.
And was that,
Sorry, go ahead.
was that going to be in quasi public private with the Y?
No.
No.
That was
This was
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say this is the one that the Resilience Authority was going to look into some energy options, and that they were going to get the first report on that in the spring. But I there was no number discussed on that.
You know, we've been talking about this swim center for a number of years, and I know it's much needed. I don't know whether anybody realized that would be an $80 or $90 million project. That's what we're looking at. We're just saying, wow.
I thought that there was something with the Y.
The project that was combined with the Y last year was the Millersville Library.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was thinking, that there was some community center. Part of
The Resilience Authority and Rec and Parks are both actively looking for funding sources on this to help hold the county costs down.
I assume with 90 million, it's an indoor facility.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we have indicated last year that this is in like a high to medium needs area as identified in the land preservation parks and recreation.
What makes, I'm trying to I'm not trying to be ignorant. I am ignorant to the subject. How is a pool and much like highly needed?
I'm not sure if it's over the equity analysis in general, which is just like which facility, like how close are you to a facility of any kind?
Okay, so
Or if it's like specific to, there are no public pools in this area, I'm not sure.
okay, so it could just be your the space between you and some type of community building or something like that. That could be.
Also, communities are private, remember, so like, you can't count them. You can't count a community pool, you can't count a condo pool, you can't count the Y pool, none of that.
So let's come back to this, since it's such a big item, and let's talk more about the Recs and Parks priority list.
Okay, so the priority projects that I had were the Edgewater Regional Rec, Lake Waterford,
That's on page 11.
Quiet Waters, and Park Reno. Oh, along with Crofton Park improvements. So I think that there were 5. So the new project, Crofton Park Skate Park, park renovation,
We already
Lake Waterford.
we removed that one.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Edgewater, which is a continuous project.
That whole grocery store.
Is that the one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I thought.
I might think the wrong one.
Isn't the Edgewater Regional Park, 592-600 is the old grocery store on?
Yes, yes.
Gonzalo Road? Okay.
Yes.
And I
that-
believe
And
the
that-
resilient.
That 5 million there includes 2.8 million in the grant that Resilience Authority got.
And you said you already got 8 million from the Resilience Authority, correct?
Or is it a total of 8? And they got 3 and we're gonna give him 5.
There's a $2.8 million POS grant, and then there's $2.2 million of county funding. The project as a whole has about $7.3 million in other county funding. The rest,
Okay,
other than county funding, the rest is.
I say since that's their number one priority, let's leave that alone for now.
Was that their number one? Okay, okay. You know, okay.
And they already have to build anyway.
Yeah.
They've got to do something.
Oh, yep, I didn't know the number.
Lake Waterford, where's Lake Waterford?
I love it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's 5916 on down, or 5961.
It's 1.8. I believe it, that's a second.
Or you want to move it to 28?
I think it's already started.
It's a priority.
Is it?
Well,
Okay.
Has Lake Waterford already started? I thought there were some improvements already made.
There's work going on out there related to dredging the lake right now. The design for this is just about done. We're ready to bid the project.
Okay, that's bigger. Thank you.
So I guess there's some other ones that, weren't on the priority. There's Crownsville Memorial Park. I don't know if any of that can be broken down into like smaller child projects or.
I think things actually topped up a little more.
Can we take that 3.5 and 28 and move it out?
That's 35, 30.
3.5.
That's, okay. Hold on. What is the big amount, like? I feel like I'm missing. Okay, I feel like I'm missing.
Was this the project you were asking about, Crownsville Memorial?
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like 27, there's construction, and there's about $3.1 million of state grants in that $15 million number. And then it looks like in 28, they're finishing up the construction, 100% county funded for 3.5.
Have they finished or have they begun construction?
Yeah, these are actually for projects that had been identified in the master plan. Much of the FY27 construction has to do with funding the sewer pump station and force main that's needed, with a couple other smaller projects also. The FY28 funding is the construction of the athletic track, and that's in front of the Meyer building. And that's the building that ACDS is going to be working on the rehab project on.
Yeah, that's a high priority. Versus it is.
I see two big projects in that one. That's why I was saying the bigger push it, but I guess it is what it is.
In the one?
All right, how about,
Okay, sorry.
there's
Okay.
one that says Davidsonville Rec Center reno.
For 4.6 million in FY28.
That's not.
Is that a new phase, David, on that, or is it completion of construction? 590.
That's actually the first phase of construction.
Oh, okay.
That's not on their priority list.
But it's already designed on the first phase of construction.
So is there anything here, David, that's not on their priority list that's kind of like a new phase that would be something that might be easier to break out?
Not we kind of already cut those things. The
Okay.
the phases that you see here under Severn Danza, South River Farm Park, Old Mill, those are construction funds for projects that are in design. The construction was not included in the program previously.
Mhm.
And Marley Creek is the same.
Well, why don't we
Yes.
spread them out?
Yeah.
Spread Old Mill, South River, and Severn Danza. Move them to the out years a little bit.
I think a huge push would push Severn Danza out one and every other to the right of it. Seven. That would really help out that bubble in the front and still be able to keep them in there.
So I don't, I understand conceptually what you're trying to do here is trying to, make it not so lumpy in fiscal year 27. I would just ask, David, are those projects that we can do that to? Is there another project that can accomplish the same task, or will that work for the projects that they selected? Does that make sense?
I understand what you're asking. I don't know if I have an answer right now.
Oh, okay.
If you'd like, you could just mark that for a circle back later, maybe?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
Got a lot of circle backs.
Dang it.
You're keeping track of all that, right?
How many more, Miss Naomi, how many more departments do we have available?
Well, we have roads and bridges. And then we have traffic control. So usually Rec and Parks is one of the really, really tough ones because there's just a lot of different stuff in there. Maybe we move on to roads and bridges, and or I don't know. Let's see here.
Do we want to take a lunch break and you give us some numbers, so where we are currently at this point, and then we can digest that number?
Absolutely.
Sure, that sounds good.
There are options.
Oh, I thought it just fell by itself.
Yes. All right. Line 3. Are we okay? Okay, so how long? 1 o'clock. No?
So it's what, 12:25? 12:26? Come back at 1 o'clock? Let's do 1 o'clock.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Okay, Naomi, you didn't give us a number, did you?
Oh, yeah.
Not yet.
The number that we were at, we were at 120 and we needed to,
He's gonna do that after lunch.
okay.
So I'm going to have to do a little.
A little tweaking.
Yeah, go ahead
A
and
little,
tweak it.
a little creative numbering.
Yeah,
All right.
got to do some calculations for you.
All right.
I like that.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is 1:06, it's February 27th, and we will resume the Planning Advisory Board budget deliberations. And at this time, we will share the floor with Naomi. Welcome
Thank
back.
you. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen and let you see where we are right now. You know what? I have closed caption on again. Sorry, I got to.
No, we're down to 34. I saw it quickly enough.
No, wrong number.
Okay, here we go.
100.
Oh, wrong number. You're right.
So this is where we are. The struggle is real for FY 27. But we're getting there. One of the things, we'll go through roads and bridges first, okay? But one of the things we can certainly circle back on is the multi-year recurring capital projects. And a lot of them, or at least some of them, we did give them their full fiscal year 27 ask. And we can certainly go through and start knocking some of those down. So with that, why don't we get started with roads and bridges? That is on page 14 of your highlighter report. That is not the highlighter. Bear with me. My Excel is very sensitive right now, so I need to be sending positive energy to my Excel file. Oh my gosh. Okay. So yeah, that's on page. What page is this? 14. Sorry. And they do have a couple new capital projects. The first one being the Crownsville transportation improvement. And like I mentioned, in all the other instances, the new projects have been backed out. And should you wish to add them back in, we can certainly do that. So in this instance, Crownsville has been removed. That's on page 157 of your one-pager report.
How about the highlighter?
That's on page 16 of the highlighter. It's under transportation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, so we're still, okay. So we're deleting that. Oh, no, wait, that's Conway. You were talking about Conway.
Let me pull up the.
Oh. But it's not a-
It's a new project, it's $24 million.
but it's not a-
That's it. That's definitely it. Yeah, that's it.
So this is for multimodal improvements, vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle circulation around the Crownsville Memorial Hospital Park Master Plan.
And you're talking about 527, correct?
I'm sorry, about what?
527.
527.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, see you later.
Yep. So the next one though is College Parkway improvements. This is actually under, I believe, a different section it's on page 15 of the highlighter because it's in highways. Okay. And it's that first project, College Parkway improvements. That is a safety, that's the one that had the big safety issue.
I remember that, yeah.
Cause we talked, I asked those impactors, so they don't use it, and I did write, so that you know, for everybody, sorry, I did ask for clarification on that through an MPIA about why impact fees were not used for a project such as this. And got a very nice response very quickly from Lynn Miller, who quoted the code, and it is used only for new. It is not used for any existing. Impact fees are not used for any existing improvements, only for new schools, new roads, new projects.
I think what the big factor here is also that it has to increase capacity. So sometimes with schools, there'll be a renovation or there'll be an addition. Sometimes that qualifies for impact fees. And so with roads, if it increases capacity, then, you know, it of course we send it to planning and zoning for review, but they could qualify for impact fees. This one is more of a safety capital project, and the county charter indicates that that is not one of the factors that allows it to qualify. So. Unfortunately.
So we're zeroing that out.
Yep. All zeros.
Okay, I vote nay on that, of course, but I understand.
I mean, not unless you wanted to push it out.
Now, Naomi, a question I have, these projects that you have already deleted, they were included in that total number already?
No, they're being taken out. I've done a manual adjustment, so
Okay.
They are being taken out, except for the ones that I think there was the Mountain Road Library one that you had indicated you wanted to have some funding toward. But yes, they already have been removed and not double counted.
Okay.
Okay. So 105.
There's still 105.
Okay.
The next new capital project is Edwin Rayner Boulevard, and that takes us back to transportation, which is on page 16 of the highlighter. It's just under Crownsville. So those are the three new projects in roads and bridges.
5 years away, that's really.
Is there any way to just push Edward Rayner a year or two?
It's already up 5 years.
It's already for fiscal year 30.
Oh, you already did it on there. Okay,
It's
sorry.
already on 32, so we took it out.
Yeah, okay. Never mind.
I mean, that one actually could be eligible for impact fees. We haven't gotten to that portion of the budget process yet. It usually happens when we have our final deliberations and I say, yay, I found money in the couch cushions. This one would qualify for impact fees. So we can definitely circle back on that during final deliberations, should you wish to move forward with this project. I just want to put that out there, along with Crownsville. I believe Crownsville would be eligible as well. $24 million, I don't know about that, but I just wanted to put that out there that 2 out of the 3 new ones would be eligible. And again, I'd have to look at the funding available, and College Parkway would not be eligible.
Okay, road resurfacing. What did we budget in 26 for that?
They received $14.175 million.
Page 15 from the top.
Yeah, okay.
Did you bring that back to program?
Not for fiscal year 27. You're asking me to bring it back to program?
You can keep it for 27. How about for 28 and out?
So for that, I just increased it 10%. So it goes from 14.175 to 15.59 million in the out years.
So is this for DPW as well? Yes.
Yes,
I'll make sure okay.
road resurfacing. Would you like me to move on to the next one?
Yeah, move on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure. Road reconstruction. Again, the full fiscal year ask was provided in 27. And then the out years was brought back to plan with an additional 10%. Masonry reconstruction, same thing. And I do want it noted that they listed road resurfacing, road reconstruction, and masonry as their top three projects in highways. I believe that's correct, right, David? Yeah. So those were their top three capital projects under highways and DPW. Moving on to the sidewalk bikeway fund. Same logic. Gave them $1 million in fiscal year 27, which was their full ask, and then increased the out years by 10% above and beyond approved plan.
What did we give them in 26?
$1 million. So they requested $1 million, and that's what's tentatively put in here now.
I'm going to be that guy. Would I be able to cut that in half?
Yeah, you can certainly do that. I don't know if there's a particular child project that needs that full $1 million or not.
Just number 3.
No. She talked about
I'm talking about,
bikeway fund.
yeah, bikeway fund.
Oh, you're welcome.
And that was that on the priority list?
So that is transportation, right? And that is not.
Oh, I agree. Cut it back to 5.
I think transportation just prioritized the projects they were asking for new projects.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
I didn't.
Could you repeat that?
So they only ranked the new requests or the new requests, I guess.
I'd like to put that down a plan of 500.
Second.
Okay, 500 for 27 and then a 10% increase in 28 and out years.
Okay. Moving on to transportation facility planning. They requested 500,000 in fiscal year 27. And then of course the out years is the 10% increase above plan. So 300 to 500.
Go back to plan at 300, please.
Okay. This is the last of the recurring that I have here. Pedestrian improvement, SHA, requesting $1 million in fiscal year 27.
May I go back to plan on that one? Please.
Okay. So that kind of covers the the multi-year recurring capital projects in roads and bridges. At this point, we could certainly start to go through, I guess, some of the transportation projects. They did rank them. That would start on page 16 of your highlighter with Town Center to Reese Road.
Do you happen to have the ranks, Ms. Naomi?
I do. So their transportation's first request was Conway Roads Improvements, and that is on page 17 of the highlighter report.
Okay, that's number, oh,
I just looked at it too. I don't, we got those.
yeah, that's all, okay.
And I believe that one qualifies for impact fees. Let me just pull the page up. H50, 868.
Let's go ahead and go right to H590500.
I'm sorry, say that again. H59.
H590500.
Okay, it's the BWI Trail Extension Belgrove. That's ranked number 5.
Yeah.
And it looks like in fiscal year 32, they're adding Design Trail South BWI to Odenton. Ties into state improvements.
Pull that up on there.
So you would like me to remove that one?
So I don't want to remove it. I just want to push it to see if I can, because I know that everybody wants it. And so I don't want to fight it too much, but right now it's not, I don't think it should be that high on the priority list. I know
So are you talking about the fiscal year 32 figure or the?
3.1.
I'm talking about H59.
Yeah, on your sheet.
Oh,
Page 18.
right.
You talking about that amount or that?
So the 7,510,000,
Okay, fiscal year 27. Okay.
correct. Can I take that and either chop it in half for 28 and 29, or just push it 29?
David, what's baked into that $7.5 million number in 27?
That's the construction of the Belgrove Road project.
And I know that hasn't begun yet, so is there a way to push that for a year or two?
We can certainly push it to 28, yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
I thought. Very good.
Great, now they have a lot of them that haven't started yet, so we're just pushing it, we're not
Yeah,
removing it
that's right.
yet.
I'll put it in the middle. Okay.
So, I like
Okay, so let's go back to transportation. Deleted that. Town center leasing, not on their top part.
And does that mean fiscal year? Oh no, never mind. Fiscal year 28 is a impact fee.
Is there number one project, Conway Road?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's that number? H5.
But it's nothing for 27,
No,
so that's not gonna help.
that doesn't help us.
Okay.
Oh, right.
There's nothing. So transportation facility. What is that?
Later.
Transportation facility home.
Operation. Naomi, can you help us find transportation operation facilities number 2 on the prioritization C589200?
Okay, so that's going to probably be on page 1 or 2.
Page 3 of the highlighter.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Three.
Hey,
three? Thank you.
Thank you.
yes.
Okay, third from the bottom. Oh, that doesn't help us. Okay. Okay, Walls Chapel is number 3.
It's page 17.
13. That's 1/3 of the way down.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start with their lowest priority project.
That wouldn't be fun now, would it?
Valley Road shared use path.
Yes.
All right, go to number 7, Miss Naomi.
Okay.
So if we move construction to 29, is there any part of the 2 million that can be split up between 27 and 28?
Which project are you talking about now? I'm sorry.
Solly Road. Solly Road shared use path.
H584,000. Yeah, that's one.
Now that you split that up after it's already approved.
Okay, so it's important to note that fiscal year 27 is funded by impact fees, that $2 million. It is fiscal year 28 that's 100% county funded.
Okay.
We're leaving it. Okay. Crown Stone Transportation.
What about
I'll go down, we already deleted that.
H58 7,000? I'm sorry to be up on the bike path, but
USNA bike.
Well, they're actually under budget. They're looking for a decrease.
Yeah.
We approved 3.6 and they only need 1.7.
yeah.
Reach road improvements.
Yeah.
Okay, on page 18, second one down.
Okay, so just so you know, in fiscal year 27, almost $1.3 million of that is impact fees, and about a little more than $500,000 of it is county funding in fiscal year 27.
That does.
What about the one above it?
Oops. Is
Yeah,
that new cut?
Mm-hmm.
That's 100% impact fee funded.
What about H592100?
Brooklyn Park Mobility.
No, Forest.
No,
Fire
the
Safety.
next one down.
Oh, H5921. Okay. That's all county funding. Wait, I'm sorry. H5921, correct?
That's Forest Drive.
Or,
That's the significant safety improvements. on
Yeah,
that
I was
road.
gonna say that's the safety one.
Oh, okay.
I think we need to leave it. That's why it's with that.
All right.
What about 214 and Lock Haven Road? That $1 million, is that to finish a
No,
phase of a
No.
project?
no, that's being designed by the state. We're working with them and providing 20% funding to the project on that.
That doesn't mean that we can't.
We still have other things.
David, can you explain to that one more time? That is a project with the state. Has the state committed funds?
Yes, we have an agreement with them where they're actually getting the design work done through the federal program and getting 80% funding through the federal aid
Okay.
assistance, and we're providing the other 20%.
Thank you.
And that's actually the same plan that we have with them for the Maryland 2, Maryland 3, and the USNA bridge funding.
Okay, I don't see a whole lot here in transportation.
I'm gonna poke on the Navy. The United States Naval Academy's, bridge bike improvement. The,
That's got, I think you said that has.
oh, is that all impact
a lot of
fees?
impact fees and a lot of federal funding.
Oh, okay.
All right, we don't see a lot here, Naomi.
We could go to traffic control. Not a lot there.
You can do it. Let's go right there. Do it.
Page 21.
All right. The first recurring capital project that they requested was the traffic signal modernization. Of course, I gave them the full ask in fiscal year 27 and then the 10% increase in the out years. So they're going from 3 to 700,000 in fiscal year 27.
But you're taking it back to 3.
So in fiscal year 27, the way this is set up is I give the full ask, and then it's the out years. I take approved plan and increase it by 10%. So
Yeah, sorry.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I know, but
I know.
it adds up. I suggest taking it back to plan at 300 and then 10% going forward. I know it's only 400, but you get 400 here and 400
What's they
there.
did last year, Miss Naomi?
Like,
let's see.
that's only 150, but now
They got 300. They requested 300 last year.
We don't want to talk about the swimming pool.
I agree with that. I agree with, Elizabeth. Can we put them at 350 or plan?
Sure, I'll put them at 350.
For the new traffic signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 350.
Did that done.
Oh wait, you traffic signal mod. The next one is new traffic signals.
Both of them, traffic signal and new traffic signals back to plan. With 10% going forward, please. Not a lot.
Okay. So in the other multi-year recurring capital projects, because they didn't request additional funding in the out years, I didn't increase it. So, and then we have dredging.
I'd like, to see if maybe
Yeah.
we do have some highlighter sticking points we could circle back on real quick, and maybe even revisiting the swim center.
So do you want to look at how affordability is shaking out right now?
Let's see what you got so far. Let's see what we got, and then you go and you let us know.
Well, we haven't done anything since launch.
Yeah, we haven't really done anything yet.
Well, you took
102
care of-
million.
Let me just.
I don't even think it's gonna be that good.
Yeah.
So you did do some shifting out of FY 27 into 28. So
Oh, big money, no whammy.
did we really cut Solly Road? Is that right?
We shifted it. You did it.
So it should be fiscal year 29. Bear with me here.
I don't remember that being.
I don't remember cutting that, but the way it's set up right
You
now.
went on to,
Oh, we left it alone because didn't it have a couple million in impact fees?
Okay, let me just. I was like,
2041, 2,041,000 that we kept for 27.
mhm.
It was construction in 28. that,
Can
Oh,
we
you-
just take that construction and push it to the next year?
and I think David was gonna look into that.
And then David was gonna circle back around on us?
Yeah, Naomi, I think we wanted to leave Solly Road at 2.041 for 27. And then shift 28 to 29. Or split it up, whichever will work.
Okay, so Solly Road FY27 is 100% impact fees, just so you know.
Right.
Right,
Yeah,
we're
gonna
keeping it.
Keep
Keep
that.
the impact fees
And
and
then
then take the construction to the following year.
FY29.
At its full ask, yes.
Okay.
At full ask, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll just, okay.
Don't forget to add. Don't forget, you gotta add back in 27.
So that's impact fees. So this is only addressing with bonds and pay-go. So it's still in there. Mhm.
Okay.
All right. So here's the affordability now. So we're down to 96 million in FY27 and 146 million over.
That's better.
Maybe we take a look at some of those recurring capital projects in which we funded 100% and
Well, a lot of the small ones, they add up, but they're also they're a necessity, I assume. Like, I really think that these swim center and the OIT and then one of the other sections may need a second look.
I mean, I certainly could. I know I'm going to provide you detail on the information technology, but if you wanted to put like a placeholder reduction, instead of giving them 17 million, you felt that there was, a reduction that you wanted to take on this capital project, just as a placeholder until I'm able to get you more information, and then we can finalize.
Okay, why don't we take information technology enhancement and take that back to, and we originally had 8.3 million for 27. Let's make it 9 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do I do
7.9.
Right.
That's on page 3 of the highlighter.
Yeah, I have it broken out here, so I just need to think strategically here. Huh?
Oh, okay.
And then in 28, they can.
Yeah, it's hot.
Now we won't have, it's okay. It's all right. No, it's okay.
I'm sorry, how much you wanted to reduce it by?
From 17 down to 9.
Okay.
We could save some money by what we need.
I think it's solar.
That's just-
Yeah, right, no.
Windows aren't worth it.
See, this is why they're requesting a replacement.
It's holding pretty well. I don't know where we. Holding pretty well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I need another.
I think we need to back to
That makes those three projects. Rexon Park with it.
I assumed there was a thermostat, not like I was gonna make you guys like have to like get everything shut
No.
windows and everything.
Up on the 4th floor, there's times where like we have to like get out fans and like float. Yeah.
Are you okay, Naomi? You
Is
ready
that
to
in the
go?
budget? That's insane.
Still, let me just want to make sure I capture this. 3,
Here's the seventh part. Oh, Rexon Park.
11 million. And you said 17 to 9 million, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I have that.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, and then, 4,000 Severn Danza Park expansion.
I think this one was waiting, this one was part of 3 that David was gonna look at them.
Right,
Uh-huh.
right.
Yeah,
But
this
I
one
think we
was
have
one.
to cut it.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
Stop it.
let's remove that completely.
Okay. So we're moving the 3.3 million. Okay.
I'm gonna be that guy and say for the West County Swim Center, would we be able to put in like a $2 million holder since we already have the land purchased? And put it in as a holder until we have a better plan other than 90 million, or we just, cause that's a lot of money.
that's not gonna help.
Why don't we, it won't help us in 27, but what if we did 28, 29, like 15 million a year? It shows 30 million instead of 90. And then they have to put a lot of those smaller pools.
So right now, with regard to debt affordability, this project is showing about $65 million. And of course, the bulk of that is in 28 and 29. So there was some prior funding, and then there's also the LDC funding that's making a contribution toward this project. So it's not the county isn't taking the full cost, but in this CIP, it's $64 million of county funding.
So
So take it back.
Ed and Van, what are your thoughts on the $83 million or $92 million swimming pool?
So 10 million is for the site,
No, that was property.
right, the property,
Right,
the
okay.
prop, which we're keeping. And then 64 million is promised from the county or budgeted from the county. So if we took that back and cut it in half and then
Year.
have the resilience authority try and find the grants and make up the difference. That, I mean, doesn't help us too much this year, but it shows them that we understand, but we also don't want a
Okay, good.
$1 billion swimming pool.
A good 50% mark would be, give them about 5 million in 27 and then 15 and 28, 29. That would cut us right up the hair above 50%. And that would still give them all the money that they have acquired. It would slim it down about an overall about 30%. 35% overall, but they would still get 60 million to be able to build a pool. And it's simply turning back 30 million on our end from the county on those two years. And then for the year we're still 96 million. Still subtract.
So Naomi, let's try this and then look at the bottom line. Take FY 27 on the swim center to 5 million. And 28 and 29 to 15 million.
Oops.
Odds are zeros.
That reduces that by 35.
Better.
I mean, we could start back kind of where we began with
Where
Board
does
of
that get our
Education,
bottom line? Where does that get our bottom line to?
90 to 90.
90 to 98.
Now,
The heck of a
So
deal.
can that 90 on for 27, can we get that to 40 and not 20? We're still gonna be over affordability, but
You're saying to get this number down to 40?
yeah, we still need to cut 50 million more. We're open for suggestions. Where can we find 50 million?
how can you? All the big money items are jobs that are already started
Yeah.
in the middle. So
Yeah.
you literally can't, it's an unless you just want to hack people's entire budget.
Well, remember for the multi-year recurring capital projects, some of them we gave the full ask, and maybe we
I
just
know, but that's
they're not 90 million.
multi-year, but that's still, that doesn't really help us. Well, I don't see we're gonna have come up with 50 million in 27.
That's a lot.
I mean,
Okay, I have a question. It's not a lot, but I'm gonna start with 537800, page 1, county facilities and systems upgrades. I have it that we kept them at ask of 10.6.
I'm sorry, what project?
County facilities and system upgrades,
537800.
page 1 of the highlight, about halfway down.
Under central services.
Oh, okay, yes.
Did we go to 6.5 or did we go to 10.6?
We went to 6.5. Oh, this was the windows. We pushed the windows a year out, remember? So we reduced FY27 to 6.5, which was program, and then we pushed
Okay.
the years out.
I think that single wall storage tank is gonna have to wait.
Yeah,
Okay, 437,000 underground storage tank replacement. Can we
Okay.
push to 28, please?
Wait, let me start closing some of these down.
no,
Yeah, we're
I've got one, which got one.
Exactly.
Let me save.
Oh,
It's 2 o'clock with the now there's 10.
I think
the county would know how difficult.
excuse me.
It's not just, it's an impossibility. They've committed too much money to construction projects that are ongoing that you can't stop funding. I mean,
they have a commitment. Shoot.
you can't, yeah, like they commit,
I'm sorry.
Promises.
like the 9/11 safety center, which I'm all about, but
Right.
that's 53 minutes. You can't stop that. You're not gonna stop the Jessup Fire Station. You're not gonna stop the police station. That's almost $100 million. Like, you're overcommitted on what is already underway that you have to pay for.
So if we go back to Oh, we did go through Board of Education and cut their recurring.
Yeah, we definitely ran them through the ringer a little bit.
I'm gonna say that if you add up all the jobs that are currently underway that you can't stop funding, you're probably already over here. Is there a way to look at that? Because if that's the case, then what we're doing is
Yeah.
a giant waste of time, because we're never gonna get there.
I would also agree with that. Would you be able to show us all the ones that are currently under construction
Like that can't,
or in process?
yeah, that where you can't stop the funding that's there, you can't readjust it. If that's at $100 and some $1 million, it's a good point.
One of the biggest things that stands out that you see is that $14 million project in 26 became an $18 million project, and then a $20 million project became a $24 million project.
Mm-hmm.
And every single project, at least 90% of them, they have major increases.
It's not like a little increase. It's a pretty significant increase of a lot of it. And I know that things are going up, but
Yeah, we already cut this one too. So turf fields and regional parks, they requested 7.8. We cut it down to 5.
Yep.
And we tried to push it out.
Naomi, you may not have been able to hear what Michael was saying, but Michael, can you repeat that louder for the owl? We don't have the owl anymore.
I don't think-
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Ask a question.
Is there a way to pull up what the total for 27 is that are already going to projects that can't be removed? In other words,
We're in the middle of construction.
right, the fire department has, the fire department has 27 whatever million that can't be reallocated. That's in the middle of construction.
Right.
so like I guess anything that's ongoing that would anything ongoing for the essential employees, I guess, like the roads, the police, and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying like, it doesn't matter,
Oh, it
whatever
doesn't matter.
project.
It's higher. Okay, so
That are already started.
Right, that you have,
Oh, okay.
like the ones that we can't touch because
You gotta finish the
somebody's
project.
needs
Yeah.
to get paid because they're building.
Yeah.
So.
Is there a way to do that, Naomi?
The police station, the
Wait.
Jessup Fire Station,
9/11 call started.
911, yeah. I mean, there alone is 54, 25, that's 80, that's over $100 million.
So I would like to go ahead and then agree with Mr. Michael and then say, could we actually circle back around on the joint 911 Public Safety Center F86400? And it's on page 6 for highlight report. He's making reference to the fact that it's 50 million in 2027.
Mm-hmm.
And the joint, and how long is the process for that to be built?
I believe I would defer to David on that one. I'm going to pull the project page up first so we can all be on the same page. Get it?
Yes.
All right. Sorry.
Sorry, what's the question? How long?
For the joint 911 safety center, once that begins construction, how long will that take to come into fruition or be completed and keys turned over, sir?
Okay, just a minute. We're looking at about a 2-year construction period.
Okay, perfect. And then let me ask
So-
you a question.
Well,
How
so
long is that design?
we've probably been under design for 2 to 3 years.
It's been 2 or 3 years.
Is it in construction yet?
No,
Is it permanent? What, how do we define construction?
Well, so let me back up just a bit to make sure we all understand the way our budgets are put together. Because we have to show all of the funds available when we advertise for construction. So that if I put out a bid for a building, I have to show that I have all of the funds available financially before I can put that out to bid. I can't put something out to bid that isn't going to be that I don't have the funding for until next year.
And are you gonna put that bid out in fiscal year 27?
Right now it is planned for the spring of 27. So yes.
I said spring of 28.
I think fall of 20.
The other thing I would say, if you'd allow me a suggestion,
Please, yeah.
It'll help.
pushing things back from FY27 as we look at our overall program, if we need to identify those, that's a relatively easy process for us to decide what can be pushed back. What's not easy for us is to know what you would want to cut out of the 6-year program to get the affordability down.
Would you be able to come back with some ideas on what we can push to make the affordability come down on our left side of our table?
For the FY27, certainly, that's relatively easy for us to come up with a list of what would need to be done for that.
Okay, because I know that 97 is our goal on the right, and we've already cut 900 million from the start. We're just having trouble on the left. So if you could find something to push into the other years to kind of bring that down, I think if we got that to a point, it would be a lot better, because right now the 90 to 90 ratio is as ugly as it can be, because you started with a 14 and a 95.
No, but my point is that if you moved 90 million, for example, from 27 back to 28, that fixes the left column.
Yep.
Doesn't do anything about the right column.
This is cumulative.
And that's okay, because there's a couple of other ones that we could probably find 60 million to remove.
Well, I guess that's what I'm suggesting for this group here. I'm guessing you're going to go past 2:00. Is to work on identifying what you would want to cut to get that right column down.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll interject. One of the problems is, after doing this for almost 10 years, is every year we're faced with the same thing that we cut. But if you look at fiscal year 28 and 29 right now, we were looking at those same numbers last year. It just happened to be fiscal year 27. And even when we get 27 to the number needs to be, it seems like we're just keep kicking that can down. 28, 29 are going to be 100 million over affordability. And all we did was push the project back a year or so. So it seems like we're doing the same thing every year. And after a point in time, it seems a little silly. But this year is extremely hard, because there's so many ongoing projects, and they're expensive projects.
Yeah.
Unless I've looked at the wrong ones, it's $160 million.
Of ongoing projects.
Right. So tell the thing we're all taking part in doing here is not going to get done.
I guess, so I guess not to kill the point, but maybe we can have Mr. Braun come back to some of the things we can just push for now. And then what we would like is maybe to have him come to the table with a couple of projects that maybe gonna be able to have, Mr. Braun, would you be able to put a few on the chopping block for us, sir?
That's not his job.
Is that? I'm sorry, not on the chopping block, but in the bottom of the list.
Lawrence, he can't do that. That's not in his,
Oh.
that's not the position to do that.
No, he has to defend them. He's
Defending
All
okay.
the projects.
lobbying for them,
All right, then,
Projects are good projects.
I guess,
lobbying for them.
yeah, because I mean, I agree, like we do have a little space in 2030, 2029, 30, 31. But like, it's still, I agree, like, we keep kicking that can and it does nothing but compound. $160 though.
Miami, I know you're working on all those numbers, but do you mind pulling up? And for some reason, I don't have it written down. What was our percentage last year? We were over, but I don't remember
Came pretty close last year.
what it ended up being.
Bear with me. I don't recall. Oh, I have to go to a different folder. My FY26 is saved on my Google Share Drive because we had a cyber incident.
Man.
Let's see here.
We're 5.1% over the 6-year amount, I believe, based on our letter.
The 6-year amount.
We were very close to like maybe only 10 million over. That's pretty, we were very close.
In the 6-year code.
In the city, correct.
So last year at this time, I think, at least this is dated at the end of February last year, we were at 38 million over and about 10 million here.
Yep.
So if we, and keep in mind, I will have impact fees, maybe
you
10
know
million. I will have bond premium. I don't know how much, but maybe another 5 to 10 million. So, that gets this number, the 89, down along with the ship, and it ultimately gets this number down too, maybe another 10 to 20 million dollars. But there still is some work that needs to be done.
Who said this was going to be an easy year? There's no new projects.
Yeah, we started at 954 million over, so we really started out in a much different condition than we're used to. Let's put it that way.
We normally start at 500 million over.
Yes.
I don't know where to go. We still have the OIT that's supposed to swing back around, and we also have one or two other highlights, I believe. Or am I incorrect?
We did one of the
So I think I took OIT from 17 to 9 million.
Yeah, but then
but I do still owe you the detail on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you break up that project into smaller projects as well.
Yes.
That one's not even.
But that doesn't help. That's public safety and technology. Okay.
All right, let's just see if there's any schools or any large projects that are kind of that are starting in FY 31 or 32 that we could push out. I don't think there is, but I don't think there is. Yeah.
But that doesn't go.
Well, if you could take them off, if we're going to get them after 33, then that whole project, that whole lump.
Yeah.
But that lowers our right column, not our 27.
Correct.
I mean, I'll be the bad guy and say we could just take the pool out for now until we have something more substantial circle back. Because we do have the land and they can't take that from us. I just know it's gonna really upset you.
Naomi, what did we do with Maryland City Elementary E1927? We took that out completely, correct?
Let me just double check.
I think we already.
Yes.
We took that out completely. Okay.
Mhm.
Would it be helpful for us to just go back through the spreadsheet, just top to bottom, just make sure that everything looks correct, and then maybe decide if there's anything else we want to do today? Because I know it's been a long day, and I feel like
We're coming to the
we're
bottom.
approaching some stumbling blocks.
I like,
Not a whole lot more to cut without really.
I think,
We cut them.
how much stuff do we have that we're able to circle back on through Miss Naomi? I remember you said you had some, you were gonna circle back with some more information. How many of those do we actually have?
Let me see.
I think we cut that completely.
Turf fields, water access. That was
Water
highlighted.
access,
Yeah.
can we adjust that to 1.5 a year?
Water access?
Let me go back to where.
No. The reason I was gonna go back to that one is because currently I don't see a need right now for that.
What we're referring to, water access,
Water access, which is that now.
that's 5, 6, 7.
Yes,
Or-
5674.
Under.
Page 10. That's a Rex and Parks. That was Beach Field and Valentine,
Yes, Beechwood,
Beechwood and Valentine. And we split them up.
This one I didn't have split up. I had turf field split up, I think.
Oh,
right.
okay.
What would happen if you removed water access completely?
That'll get security at your house.
I have something people refer to as a chopper. I'm okay. And I really would like it, but there's a need and a want. That's a want. And I hate to say it, same with turf.
But didn't Naomi start that?
Yeah, so I
water-
removed water access. Should I keep what was previously approved? Like
Yeah,
the
keep the-
268? Okay.
268.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then turf fields, I think we had taken it out of 27 and put it in 28. So in FY27, we were going to give them 5 million.
Yeah, we backed them down to 5 million and we put the rest of their money in 28.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Just want to check something here.
What about Granite Beach? They don't have any.
You have any notes on the bottom of page 10? The Mayo Beach. Many good projects.
I know.
Oh. Let me just check something. I think I took something out of. Bear with me.
No, I didn't. Oh,
So Naomi?
Mhm.
One page.
Sorry, go ahead, sorry.
On page 100 of on page.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been looking at putting some notes in.
Just let us
I don't
know when
think
you're
I
ready.
looked at this one.
Okay, just a second. I want to make sure I'm capturing a reduction correctly.
We changed it to 15 years.
She did, for sure.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know.
But we did five for 27.
Oh, fine.
5 for 27.
So we could.
Okay. I had taken the information technology cut in 28 and not in 27, so it's moved it a little to the. I mean, we still have this number, but this number's not there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to affect this a little bit. Would I be able to push the Arundel Fire Station 6 months of planning and design into 27 to 28? Emergency management is F 582900, and in 27 they have
We split that up. 2.0.
Yeah, so
split that up.
We've already split that.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first part.
All right, no, I did what I wanted there. Sorry, thank you, Ms. Naomi.
You want to go to Mayo Beach? So Mayo Beach, 584700.
oh, I don't have that one on here.
Rexham Park. Yeah, we haven't talked about it yet.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it yet.
Okay, P5847.
Off on page 10 on the highlighter.
Down the bottom, yep.
There you go.
That's there. Right?
That's a new project.
New project.
Is that a new project, Ms. Naomi?
Mayo Beach Park repairs. No, it had prior approved funding of about $5.8 million.
So this is the increase?
So
in
the
cost?
so the increase is the $3.2 million, and it's spread between fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28.
Go back to.
I think the scope of work must have changed.
David, in reference to the scope of Mayo Beach Park, has anything changed on that to result in the increase in cost?
The FY27 cost is the completion of the work that's going on the various repairs. FY 28 cost is the possible sewer extension to the property that was not in the program before.
Take that out.
Station.
No, that's.
I know, but sewer,
Sewer's full.
sewer, the whole sewer situation in Mayo and all those tanks on. Okay, what about the Junk Bay?
The $1.1 million in FY 28.
Yes,
5845.
what is that for?
That's for the phase 3 construction, which is like the pier repairs and kayak area, I think, that we started design on, but we haven't gotten very far yet.
Okay, you say you started but haven't got very far yet, so we are going to suggest deleting it. Sorry.
We talked about that.
Yeah.
3.5 million.
We already beat that one up.
We
Yeah,
took it out or we moved?
we massaged it, we didn't remove it, we massaged it because it also gets funding somewhere else. So, and it was some other.
Take the trails for the fight.
Edgewater Recreation is for 5.
I'm gonna be that guy for your North Arundel Aquatic Center. Could we push that a year?
So yeah,
Part-
David.
Part of it, much of it. I'm trying to find that one. Just a minute. I'm sorry.
5700.
Yeah, I was trying to find my notes here.
It's an increase in cost.
Looks like it's already been removed.
The most
Oh, I just inserted this line in
Oh, okay.
anticipation that you were gonna. Yeah, it wasn't previously there.
I think if from the notes I had, we can safely push back about 2 million of that.
Okay, then Naomi, keep 700,000 for FY 27.
And 1 and 1. Put 1 and 28, 1 and 29.
Could you please go back to the,
Oh, sorry, hold on one
Oh,
second before you
sorry.
get there. No, I'm just saying that, okay, so we cut it to 700, so we cut 2 million out.
She moved
she moved it over.
You moved it over, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
moved
to 28.
to 28.
Okay.
Can we do 1 and 28 and 1 and 29?
So right now I have $700,000 in 27, and then 2 million in 28. And you're asking if we can push it out even further?
Split it, 1 in 28 and 1 in 29. Please.
Is that from a programmatic standpoint possible, David? David?
Please listen.
Possible.
Okay.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Possibly.
Okay, thank you.
I was looking at the highlighter at the beginning here in the South Shore Trail.
Stop it.
I don't, let's just look at the project page here. I'm not sure what's in here. RP 37.
All right.
Because that's what I've been doing all the time.
Oh, let's see where it's at.
So David, is there any shifting we could do in this capital project?
I think it's
Um,
near completion.
Well, we can, at this point, there are 3 phases of the trail left to build, and all 3 of the schedules for all 3 of those phases show them as advertising in FY 27. So
Okay.
we've already pushed one of them back.
Yeah.
And what is this a new phase, this FY 28, or is that baked in with the 13 and 27?
It is based on updated costs for all 3 phases.
Oh, okay.
So David, did you say you're running all 3 phases simultaneously right now?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
they're at different points of design, but they're all under design. Yes.
All right, the reason I asked is, I know what those entail. Would we be able to have those 3 separated, just in case one needs to stop?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, sir. Can you take those 3 that are in each phase running simultaneously, put the phase of where it's at, and if one of them had to stop, like, would you be able to rank those 3?
We'll see what we can do.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, David, I know this is tough, sir.
Jesse, when is our next meeting?
If our next possible meeting is on March 11th.
Hold on. Can we do that next following week, March 11th? I have a,
March
plan.
7th.
I mean, if you all feel.
March 11th is a Tuesday.
No, March 10th is Tuesday, March 11th.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So
You know what? Let me know.
What about the 18th?
So, yeah, I mean, it's per your guys' schedule, so we typically meet on the 2nd and 4th Wednesdays, but if you prefer to meet on March 4th, which is the first Wednesday, or March 18th, third Wednesday, you could probably accommodate those days.
Naomi and David, what does your schedule look like on March 18th, Wednesday?
Okay, let's see here. I think I'm probably free.
Those evening meetings, Tom?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Then let's do that March 18th.
Okay.
Okay, let's summarize what this today. We'll close, we're done cutting. We can't do this anymore. And, let's reconvene on March 8th.
Well, you did cut $865 million, so you guys have done a great job.
I'm sorry, everybody.
And
So all of those people that
Oh,
their,
And myself.
line items were cut, we really, really understand. Please understand that we know every project is a viable, wonderful project. But, we're still not there, and we're about 60 or 70 million right now. Above where we need to be, so.
And to confirm, so like that's to continue the interim deliberations, we'll still meet again on April 8th.
Yes.
okay, hold on.
Yep. So March 18th and April 8th.
Yes. And that's just because, as Naomi was explaining before, you know, sometimes you shake the couch cushions and new grants come out. We're like, we know also where we are in the funding.
Yes.
So that's why we have to finish up what we were doing today, and then we get a more polished version that we look at again.
So we're
Yes.
in person at 6 p.m. here, March 18th, and Wednesday, April 8th,
I don't know, but it's first.
right? Okay.
Yep, evening time.
Yep, 6 o'clock in the evening.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, with that, is there any other administrative? Naomi and David, thank you very much for all your hard work, and we're all gonna stop doing this for the rest of the day and do something more fun. Is there anything else, Jesse or Madeline, anything that you need to go over? Okay, Ed and Van, do you have any comments?
I do not. Sorry, I couldn't be more supportive in this moment, but as you all know, I'm dealing with a crisis.
We understand, we're all going to the casino.
Yeah, well, yeah.
They won't be able to get to my bank account.
Okay, well, with that said, thank you all for your time, and thank Planning and Zoning for a nice lunch. Very good job, and all I need is a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
Motion been made second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nice.
Any nays? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm.
Thank you.